Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Hello out there, ladies and gentlemen. What's cooking? Welcome back to another thrilling episode of Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, coming at you today from, count 'em, 3 different time zones. I'm your host, the artist formerly known as Dagster. Let me take you around to say hello to my fellow squares here. We were just talking about the Brady Bunch, actually. First up, coming at us all the way from Europe, but we love him anyway, currently working on a Jaffe's Most Clever Podcasting Moments edit. It's going to be a very short video. The mighty Lockmort.
Hey, I have to go, but on the way out, do me a favor and suck my cock, you motherfucker, all right?
That's going in there. That's going in there.
You goddamn right. Sure. You know what? I swear to God, now I know which Moriarty's the best one. It ain't you, bitch. It ain't you.
Oh, no.
I didn't know you were making that video.
I didn't either, but apparently I am. So now I will. Now it's happening.
Why are you talking like that, Lockmort?
Why am I talking like what? Like a normal person? What?
It sounds weird. It sounds like a Robin Hood character.
A Robin? Wow. That's
I know he's European, Gene. I'm fucking with him. Come on, man.
That's a very nice
Robin Hood character. That's how Europeans sound.
Tiny Tim. Tiny Tim's not in Robin Hood at all. It's Little John is who I'm thinking of. Sorry.
I do feel sorry for Europeans because we just like shit on them like that. It's like, imagine if I came on and people are like, you sound like a Mulan character.
But you don't.
I know, but you really don't. Well, I kind of do, right? Because then they just have like regular, accents of Mulan, right?
But when you and I were watching the Keeley's show in December, and there was some Asian old wise man, and you started doing like the generic Hollywood like Asian voice for him, and it was so great because it was like it was we were both really high.
That's right.
Yeah. When Colin's not here, it's like Dagan's the substitute teacher. I'm like, we'll talk about it. Fuck it. Let's go.
Give me the chaos.
Sorry,
really.
Sorry, Lockmort. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Please interrupt. I'm very honored to be here with such esteemed guests, because normally when I'm on shows with people who talk about games. So when I show it to my friends, they're just like, well, what are you doing there? That's just what a bunch of losers. But this time, I have like a renowned journalist, like the creator of God of War, and a renowned animator. So
stop.
Now I can just point to this one and I can retire, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, it's an honor. It's an honor and a privilege, my friend. 2 esteemed guests and me. That's pretty good odds still, Lock.
Right? Now I just need one episode with Micah, and then they can't call me racist or misogynistic anymore, and then I'm all good. Then it's perfect. So thank you.
And you know what? We just figured out. Somehow, you and Gene have never done an official show together, right? Yeah, so those permutations are still in the offing. Like, there's still people that haven't coexisted on camera yet together for a pod. So I kind of love that we're still in that, a little bit of that Wild West period.
Yeah, it's like Chewbacca and Boba Fett. It's like they're in the same story. No, seriously, you ever do that with characters in movies and TV shows? It's like, but you never really see them as a unit. On a show or something. So it would be like an adventure with Chewbacca and R2-D2. It's like, when does that ever happen? Never.
I kind of love that comparison, Jaffe. Well, listen. Well, we're gonna get to the mighty David Jaffe. But next, coming at us from his posh Playboy penthouse somewhere in the District of Columbia, perpetual fan favorite, probably easily my favorite Pacific Islander. Asian American. I'm here to honor him on the very last day.
Oh, that's right.
Of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander month, because the rest of this company is brazenly racist. Let's hear it for Gene Park, ladies and gents.
I'll tell you what, I like him a lot. Not as much as Moana, but I like him a lot.
Oh. Gene, let me ask you a question.
Oh, go ahead.
This whole AANHPI month thing, the month of May, right? We're recording this on the very last day, on May 31st. Is it purposely skewed towards advertising it later in the month? Because I'm at a job where we're kind of, it seems like, I hate to say it, but shoehorning in a lot of this stuff. And I'm like, why did we wait to so late in May to start tagging everything with this stuff? Is it purposely like in the sort of auspices of June or what?
I think people literally just forget about Asian American month. I mean, you reminded me. You're not even Asian, and you reminded me.
No.
The only reason why I remember is because the White House, because I live like 5 blocks from the White House, and like the White House just makes a big deal about every fucking month, you know. Especially in a Democrat White House, you know, they just make it a whole deal. So the only reason why I knew is because a bunch of Asian friends came into town for some Asian American, you know, month party and events at the White House. So they were all stoked to go to the White House and meet Biden, and I'm just like, yeah, sure, go for it. Just go have your fun. I do not care.
For the record,
I live here. But then it's really funny to have people come in here like, oh my God, it's White House. That's Joe Biden. I'm just like, fuck.
I love Washington D.C. though. I'm a big history guy, so I love all the museums.
Oh, so yeah,
all that.
Gene's
stuff,
ready to get the hell out of there.
No, I don't think I want to live there, but I going as a tourist is one of my favorite places to go as a tourist.
Coming here as a tourist is cool. You know, there's a bunch of cool shit. You know, there's so much history, a lot of cool museums. Yeah.
We're the same with the beach. I mean, we live 8 blocks from the beach, and people are like, oh my God, well, let's go to the beach. I'm like, oh, it's just the beach, man.
Yeah.
It's just right
there.
Your
backyard.
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I mean, like, I still do like to enjoy, you know, the benefits of the town. You know, I still, you know, like going to museums is an always evergreen date idea, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's always a good way to get to know someone. So.
Well, it's good to know also, like, if you go on a date now, like I've become my dad, who used to drive me crazy at museums, but he would read everything. And that's what I do. Oh, yeah. And I love it. And now it's like, yeah, you go on a date to a museum, and if she's like, come on, I'm like, no, this is not going to work. Just see yourself out.
So that's actually me. I'm the one that's just like looking at the art. I'm just like, oh, cool. Let me look at the next one. Like I'm swiping through fucking Tinder, you know?
You keep it moving.
I can lose myself in the art or the writing of like, oh, this is what this spoon that the archaeologist found from ancient Rome. Yeah. And, you know?
That's why it's good whenever I find a date that does that. So then, like, I'm trying to impress her. So I'm like, oh yes, I'm also reading too. I know how to read too. You know?
She's like, and you're Asian. Well, yeah, because it's May.
It's okay. You know.
Yeah.
That is a good kind of a vetting thing, though, like how you handle like just a day at the museum.
Yeah, yeah, it's a very low risk, you know, low stakes way to kind of feel someone out and see what their personality is like. Would I have to like live with them or go, like, you know, do anything more serious? You know,
that's wisdom. Dropping wisdom. That last voice we heard. I didn't have the heart to do this, Jaffe. I said, because Jaffe and I have a little bit of an antagonistic thing going on.
A little bit of a sexual. I thought you were sexual chemistry.
Listen, it could be that. You know what I noticed?
It could be both. That's right, Lockmort. It could be both.
It could be both.
Sure, so smart in Europe.
Is. In all honesty, you know what
they are so smart in Europe. Sorry, what?
You guys have something in common. You know what it is?
Penises.
I thought of it.
Well,
that you're also the only 3 people. This is true, and I don't even defend anybody else I've ever done a podcast with. But you're the only 3 people I DM'd after the first time I did a show with each of you to say I really dug that. Thank you, and it was awesome doing that with you. You 3, that's it.
I have you on mute, so I wouldn't know, but that's nice that you did. I'm in such a little bitch mood today. I'm tired. I apologize, you guys. I don't mean to. I'm not trying to be a prick. I'm just being stupid.
I love it, Jaffe. Listen, I was gonna say those big long-winded intros, and I was gonna say, and David Jaffe, everybody, but I don't have the heart to do that, and of course I have.
Don't give me a big fucking intro. I don't need an intro. I'm
from the heart.
Oh, Lord.
Of San Diego, lurking in the shadows of the majestic Coronado Bridge, legendary video game creator and storied live streamer, IGN, anointed this man as one of the top 100 game creators of all time. Look it up.
Idiots.
Not too shabby, dear audience. Mr. David Jaffe.
What number was he?
Who knows? Dude? It was ages ago. Please don't look it up. So it's probably like 94.
I know. That's what
like I'm right below the guy who made Flappy Bird.
Oh, you're number 71. Okay.
Okay. Who's above and below? Who's above and below?
Pretty good.
Top 100 game creators of all time. Yeah.
Who's number one? Miyamoto?
No, who's number? I want to know who's above me and below me once though. One spot
that's a
above.
good one. Yeah.
You know what's stupid is that there's no like website for this. Like each this is how broken like IGN was back then. Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, because this was 2009.
Oh, that's back in my heyday.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's your heyday, man.
I mean, Miyamoto would be number one, obviously. So
and
he is.
Yeah,
he would be number.
As he should.
Up there,
yeah,
for sure.
Sid Meier number 2, Will Wright number 3, Hironobu Sakaguchi at number 4. Okay,
that makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah, and number 5.
Where's Kojima?
Top 5 is Gunpei Yokoi.
Okay,
Nintendo's own. Game Boy and Metroid. Number 6 is Kojima.
6. Okay.
Number 7 is 10. Shinji Mikami. Number 8 is Ralph Baer. Number 9 is Ralph Baer. Yeah, who is Ralph Baer?
Ralph Baer made the first video.
Oh, okay. He made the Magnavox Odyssey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that sounded familiar.
He's not a designer.
Yu Suzuki at number 9. And number 10 is John Carmack. I'm surprised John Carmack is number 10.
I don't think this is IGN doesn't know what the fuck designers are. John Carmack didn't design anything. He's a brilliant programmer. He's not a designer.
Yes, yeah.
Nor
he's a game creator, though. So he's not a game designer. He's a game creator.
Romero is on that. He's got to be on the list, right?
He's got to be on the list, yeah.
Yes.
But Miyazaki's not on the list because I don't think even was Demon Souls. I guess Demon Souls, the first one, had come out by then, but maybe it hadn't really become the thing it is.
No, everyone didn't understand Demon Souls back then.
Yeah. So. Mikami makes sense, though. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He got it.
Well, yeah, you're number 71, Mr. Jaffe. So.
By the way, Jaffe.
But I want to know who's above and below. Who's 70?
Yeah, who's right below or above him?
Right above is Todd Howard, and right below is Alex Ward.
I don't know either one.
Alex Ward was Criterion.
You don't know Todd Howard?
I don't.
Wow, he is. He's been called the Christopher Nolan of video games. But
what did he make?
Skyrim, Fallout.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Starfield.
I'm out of that.
Alex Ward's the Criterion guy who did Black in the racing game. Is that right?
Yes, Criterion guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you're in good company, my friend.
Take it.
Right. Now, Jaffe, if this was a list of top 100 video game development studios of all time, names, I think, studios? What is it? Bartlett Jones, Supernatural.
Oh, you mean in terms of quality names, not the output of the studio?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. But that name.
Yeah, the name was brilliant.
Is my favorite developer name I think I've ever heard.
You know good and well my interest. I mean, seriously, I'm not even making a joke. I should have known, but there's no way you can know that train had kind of come into the station for the final time. I think I'm using that metaphor wrong, but anyway, because I mean, I was so into the name and I was so into having a cool office building that reflected the name. And we had all this ghost paraphernalia and all these horror movie things. And I was focused on doing the podcast. And, the writing was on the wall. It's like, Jaffe, you want to go do a podcast, which is ultimately what I did when the thing shut down. But I was just, I was going, it wasn't autopilot like I didn't care. I put a lot of passion into that studio, into the work. But I think it was very clear to me that I enjoyed editing the videos for Bartlett Jones and hosting them. And, I remember talking to Steven Totillo. I think it was Totillo from Kotaku. And we had this whole mythos going that we had been funded by a real ghost hunter. And his name was Bartlett Jones. And we had hired an actor that was like an old dude. He was like a 70-year-old dude, and he was going to be Bartlett Jones whenever the press came out, and he would be in office and stuff. I mean, that's where my energy went the first.
Love it.
I love it too, but Sony was probably like, what the fuck is this guy doing? We're paying this guy. Midlife crisis, Sony. Sorry. Thanks for funding it. I appreciate it, boys. Is what it is.
And that logo, Jaffe, that little ghost guy with the magnifying glass and the hat. Ghost guy.
That was Devlin. What was her last name? Devlin. I don't remember her last name, but that was Devlin. Wonderful concept artist. Yeah.
It's good stuff. Good stuff, my friend. Welcome to the show, Jaffe. First time I've done a
podcast. Thank you very much.
Oh, this is how old the list is. Dan and Sam Hauser's most recent credit is Grand Theft Auto 4. So
it's an old list, Gene. Yes, we get it. I wouldn't be on it today, Gene. We understand.
I don't know. You might. You have 30 spots.
I went, well, okay, there's two things. Would I rate as a great designer? Probably not, but it depends who you ask. But would I be on a list today made by a mainstream video game website? No, they hate me, as they should.
Because of that. Because
it's because look, you ask 90% of those people who vote on the list. Okay, you're qualified to put people on a list of who the best game designers are. All right, let's talk about game design. They won't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, we'll have 20 different definitions for what metagame is, depending on when they were born. I mean, it's just, so no, I don't really give a fuck about their list, but it is what it is.
That's interesting. And also, what's come that's really huge since 2009? Let's say a legendary franchise.
PUBG and
Dark Souls has come after.
Dark Souls, the whole battle royale genre with PUBG and Fortnite was huge.
Yeah, you might want to add Tim Sweeney close. I mean, I'm sure Sweeney's here, but you might not want to.
But again, Sweeney's an executive. He's not maybe you want to put Cliff and Donald Mustard on there. But again, that's what I'm saying.
He's number 45. I mean, he did make Unreal Engine, so he did.
Yeah,
he did write the original
what's the name of the list called? Is it designers or creators?
Creators.
So. Oh, okay. They get a little wiggle room, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nobuo Uematsu is here, and he's not. He hasn't made any games, but he's creating game music.
So. That's weird. Right. He's on that list.
He is on this list.
Oh,
it's a little weird. Yeah, I wouldn't count him on here.
Lockmort right now is going, I was going to show this to my friends. Fuck no.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Goddamn way they're seeing this.
I'm already checked out. I'm already somewhere else. But
well, listen, Lock, we got to go with you first, my friend. You have a great topic. I wanted to kick off the show if you don't mind.
Yeah. I love this topic. Oh, wait. Yeah.
And then, kind of break it down for us and then kick it in whichever direction you want to spin it off to. But take it away when you're ready, dude.
Sure. Okay. Well, I recently turned 40. And I think that's younger than you guys, which is awesome. Because normally I'm always surrounded by people who are older, who are younger than me. But
you're
not
the youngest.
Time.
You are the youngest here, yes. Yeah. Wow.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's really cool. I feel great now. But when I turned 40, I decided I would buy something that I haven't had for a long time, and it's very embarrassing because I haven't owned a bed for 5 or 6 years. Ever since I moved into a new apartment, I bought this huge couch, and I just used that one, that couch as a bed. So I looked for a bed online, and I bought one. I bought a really big one, a really cool one. But ever since then, every ad I get for the past month and a half has been for beds, constantly, everywhere. Beds on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. Beds, constantly, everywhere. So that got me thinking, like, well, this is stupid. Like, how do I get rid of this? Do I have to look for something else? Do I have to, like, feed the algorithm something new to show me that they can deliver to me? So that got me thinking, like, wow, this really is impacting it's not that impacting my life that much, but it's getting really annoying. Mm-hmm. So that got me to think, like, wow, these algorithms really take over everything these days. I also recently started making videos for Maddie on Retro Rebound.
Oh, cool.
And Maddie, they're like video essays about video games, which is pretty fun. But Maddie is like the king of YouTube, and is like the king of playing the YouTube game. So his titles and his thumbnails are very much geared towards pulling the audience in, which is very smart. I had no idea how he did that until he kind of taught me. So one of the first videos I made was about Fallout 1, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Mm-hmm. And Maddie insisted on making the title, "Is Fallout 1 really that bad?" And I figured, well, why do you want to do that? I love Fallout. Like that doesn't make any sense. But then I realized, like, oh, this is gonna pull people in who are gonna get angry and click on it and like tell me, like, you dumb idiot, Fallout 1 is amazing. And then hopefully they watch the video and they'll see that I agree with them. So that actually happened. People came in, people started arguing, like, you dumb idiot, Fallout 1 is actually really good. So then I figured, well, this is my first video. I don't want to fight with people. Can we change it around? Like, can we flip it? Can we put, is Fallout really that good? Maybe that'll work. So we did. So Maddie changed the title on the video to, "Is Fallout really that good?" So what happened then is a whole new bunch of people came in telling me I'm an idiot because Fallout is bad. So it also worked the other way around, which was baffling to me. And And Matty also kept doing that, of course, for his Xbox videos now. I think Dustin is also kind of doing it on Last Time Media. He makes great thumbnails for Last Time Media that really pull you in.
Yeah.
Jimmy Champagne, of course, the king of thumbnails, often on Last Time Media. Great friend, great guy. He also knows exactly what to do or how to manipulate the algorithm. But that got me thinking, like, why is it that way? Because people don't really click anymore for the content, I guess. They only click for the titles, and they only click for the cool little image that you see.
Right.
Even if they don't know who the person is that they're clicking on or the video that they're clicking on. And that's not just the case for YouTube, I guess. That also goes for newspaper articles, I can imagine, or for game titles or TV shows or anything that goes. It's always been that way, of course. Like, titles have always been hugely important, of course. But it seems like these days they almost matter more than the actual content. So I was wondering how you guys, if you guys play the algorithm in your respective professions, and how do you feel about the algorithm basically ruling your life at this point in every aspect, commercials, feeds, everywhere, constantly?
Yeah, that's interesting, Locke. I mean, first of all, happy birthday.
Oh, it's
40
was
is a huge milestone.
Mm-hmm.
It's 10 years ago for me. So that seems, I'm at that age where I'm like 40, the tender age of 40. I wish I could go back. But you know what's funny about it, though? Even though it's been a decade, I know exactly what 40 felt like.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Really?
You know what I always think? Dude, I don't know. This could be my boomer age, but the first thing I think about with 40 is, remember that show? I don't want to say it was a short-lived show. I think it was a very popular show called 30-something.
Of course.
In the 90s, I want to say it was a 90s series.
Late 80s, but yeah.
And I'm like, wow. I remember turning 40 and being like, wow, I'm too old to be part of that show. I could never be on that show now. And those people seemed old to me, right? So I was like, wow, that was the thing. So, and the other thing you bring up, man, I don't know. I'm going through this weird thing lately. I have a very arm's length relationship with social media. Specifically, I've never been on Facebook, but specifically with Twitter. And I'm having my issues with Instagram where I'm kind of outside the whole thing. Not YouTube. I'm addicted to YouTube. Let's be clear about that. But I'm just going through this real midlife crisis-y, nostalgia, desire to return to a simpler, more analog time. I don't know what it is. But I never really thought of, excuse me, I never really thought of in the terms that you were describing, Locke, of like force-feeding the algorithm. Like, I was looking for an electric guitar for my son, who's taking guitar lessons now. And we kind of went through the whole thing, found the guitar, but that's still popping up in the algorithm. It's like, you got to force feed it a new thing because I'm getting tired of looking at this. This is over. Yeah. We already settled this, that type of thing. That's really interesting. What I was thinking about as somebody who's always wanted to start my own podcasting YouTube endeavors, right? I wonder with what you describe with Maddie, and I get to do a podcast occasionally. He comes on Constellation. So we get to talk about this sort of thing. And I know he's a master and I know he has a huge following and I love Maddie. But I wonder what the trade-off is for what he does versus the clickbait accusations. You know what I mean? Like, I understand you have the thumbnail and you have the title to kind of sell your video. And especially if that's how you're making your living and you have to have views and you have your Patreon and all that kind of thing. But I wonder what, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like a potential trade for integrity when you do that kind of thing. Unless you just go in and say, look, that's the game. There's always been a game. With advertising in the old days, it was TV and print. Now everybody's kind of selling their own things. Say it again, Jeff.
I think it depends on what your end goal is or what the goal of what you're doing is. I think, as a guy who's been on YouTube extensively and primarily for the last 5 years now and trying to figure it out for myself. And, my stuff is still very nascent. It grows, but it's not like Maddie's or anything. I have certainly danced with the consultants that come to me, which I've paid a lot of money for, by the way. I mean, I've spent money on these guys going, help me grow this, and there are those that will tell you, and they're not wrong, that, farm the emotions of anger and whatnot. And I went through a period where I did that. And I got frustrated when people called it clickbait because I was like, well, it's clickbait if it's a lie. If it's not a lie, it's marketing. It's like they act, they act as if, we're going to show you the most boring parts of a movie in a trailer And no one markets that way. You always want to get people in by getting them emotionally invested and curious. But there was a point where I recognized and I've pulled back a lot. Like my thumbnails now are literally the same thumbnail every day with the date change. And that's not a good thumbnail, certainly not from somebody from my size. But I just, I want to do this long term. I want to be like, I want to have the heart attack or the stroke or the whatever at 95 in front of a microphone, talking about everything from video games to UFOs to the stuff that just interests me. I want to be that privileged. I hope I get to do that. But it's not going to work if it's kind of like what you said. I want them to click because eventually there's enough people that say, I like what Jaffe has to say, even though I may not agree with it, versus that particular thumbnail's got me all riled up, because you're not really building any, emotional or intellectual equity in you as the brand. You're just basically, it's not, it's only sustainable if you're willing to stay on that treadmill. And I realized after about a year of trying to build my channel that way, I wasn't, but I get it. Because it does work every single fucking time. Every single fucking time.
Yeah, it's sensation. Where you're playing the long game, Jaffe. You're playing the long game.
I'm trying to. I mean, there's a point.
Which is cool.
Well, it's cool.
A choice.
It's a privileged position to be in. If you can afford to play the long game, that's great. But, not everybody can, and I won't be able to afford to play it forever. But certainly I like that better for me. I'm not looking to be I don't mind being P.T. Barnum and, if that's natural, and sometimes it is, but I don't want to do it just to be like, hey, in the PlayStation showcase was shit. Here are the top 5 reasons it was shit. Well, yeah, I want to click on that too, but I don't want to be the guy making that all the time.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's a choice. And Matty is a known commodity. He's very good at what he does. He's very charismatic. And I think when
you're good and you farm the emotion, then you're a fucking genius. Well, absolutely.
To be fair, Matty also doesn't farm. Matty doesn't farm it that way. He did that for me because I was an unknown someone.
You requested.
I thought that was you editing his video about Fallout.
No. That was my video. But Matty, because I'm an unknown on his new channel, so he figured, well, you could use.
I got what you're saying. Okay.
So just to be clear, Matty doesn't do that. Matty gets accused of it a lot, but Matty doesn't do that. Matty has great titles. Matty has great thumbnails that pulls people in, but he doesn't farm negative engagement. A great example is yesterday, because Matty put out a video about the what's it called, state of play, which was pretty positive. I think the title said the state of play was solid or something like that, and people like went in on him, like they tried to murder him in the comments because he was positive about something. So just in Matty's defense, Matty is not like a
I thought you were talking about Matty's video.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, no. Okay. Matty's cool.
And he's the consummate pro. You know what's cool about Matty's content too? And I think really this speaks to everybody kind of getting a sense of what the culture and what the sort of the environment looks like now on YouTube. Like it's like accepting an advertisement, like Jaffe was saying, in television or print. When you're trying to make food look appealing, right? You're having you're having the salad tossed in the bowl in slow motion with the beads of moisture. You know what I mean? It's like the clickbait is almost expected, if it can even be called clickbait. But ultimately you want people to engage with your content. So it's a little bit of the Wild West, but I feel like it's getting established in that. Yeah, you have to be a little sensational with the title, with the thumbnail, in order to get those eyeballs. There's so much competition out there. I don't envy that, what you guys do, because you're relying on it for your livelihoods.
Well, look,
you know what I mean?
I look at, you mentioned the newspaper though. I have to assume with Gene, it's even because I still read the newspaper. I subscribe to newspapers, but I know where they sit on the endangered species list, and I hate that, but I get it. And I have to assume, Gene, that there's a million wheels always turning in your head about, do I jump to some other way of communicating what I love, or is something like the Washington Post going to be around, or do you have to change how you write in order to kind of stay employable to a company like that? I mean, you must deal with it worse than we do.
You're right. That I probably deal with it maybe not as worse as Matty, right? But obviously at a different scale and probably at a larger scale. So this is the right question for me because I am the former audience editor for the Washington Post. So my entire job was figuring out the algorithm and helping the Washington Post content beat that algorithm. So that includes, I was very instrumental in the 2015-2016 rush of traffic that the Washington Post had, to the point where we were beating the New York Times a month after month.
Oh wow!
And that was huge for us because we had never done that before.
What was the reason? What was the secret sauce for that time window?
It was our headlines.
Okay, specifically specifics.
Specifically, how we wrote the headlines.
Here are 15 reasons
why. Here are 13 reasons why Trump is in trouble for blah, blah, blah. Here's the number one reason why Trump is doing this. Here's why you're wrong about something this or that. So it's really similar vibes. It's about hitting that emotion, getting to the emotion of the potential reader, right? And triggering them. So when Locke was to talk about why Fallout 1 is so bad, it might be clickbait, but if you're able to create the content around why Fallout 1 might be bad or not bad or whatever, or then it's still not. So here's what clickbait really is. Clickbait is if you click into something and then the headline lied to you. That the content is not that is the actual definition of clickbait. And so many people get it fucked up because words don't matter anymore these days, right? But really the original version of clickbait is I clicked on that one and you said there were going to be 13 reasons why I'm wrong about this, and you only gave me 5 reasons. Or you only give me 7 reasons about why I'm right about this or something like that. So you can't lie about it. That's clickbait. If a headline is getting you to want to click into a story or watch that video, then it's not a clickbait. That's just the headline working.
Yeah. You know? It's like calling a good book cover clickbait. It's like, you tricked me into reading your book. I'm like, oh, woe is me.
Exactly.
Well, okay, wait a minute. You said 20
clickbait, you know,
you said
because it's such a cool name. And then you go in there and it's like, there's actually a lot of bloodborne things in here. So it's like, that's not clickbait, you know?
Did they stop using that technique though? Because you said 2015 to 16, it was this big rush of subscribers.
Because Facebook turned off that nozzle. Because
okay.
Facebook said, we don't care about news anymore. We literally don't care about news. So we're gonna start feeding that. So it goes back to Locke's original question about the algorithm, right? Facebook was controlling, or Meta, I guess, is controlling the levers of what we see in Facebook and Instagram and what we don't, right? Wow. So that's why Instagram is like, we don't want to surface as many political stuff because we think political conversation is nasty and blah, blah, blah. And there was like a lot of hubbub about that. On Facebook, there's that they were kind of moving away from that too, and they were moving away from news links because they want people to stay more in Facebook. So that's why they were like pictures and videos, and that's why every social media company eventually pivots towards long form video. Even TikTok is supposed to be like 30 seconds. Vine was supposed to be 6 seconds. But eventually, if you want to keep going for fucking scale, like we're always talking about in the games industry and in the tech industry and the media business, and you can't help but always eventually, quote unquote, evolve into just becoming something that the same.
Why
thing
does long form? Why is that more desirable than short form? I get video and I get staying in the ecosystem of the platform, but what does it matter if it's a 20-minute video or a 60-second video on TikTok? Why is one better than the other for business?
Well, to serve every kind of audience. Someone who might want to just sit down on. I mean, YouTube does that perfectly, which is why YouTube is okay.
Okay, but you're not saying long. Everybody's ultimately pivoting to long form because long is better. You're saying it's okay to have the variety. It's just
because they're trying to scale up, and that's why eventually almost every social media company becomes homogenous because everyone's just trying to fucking do this. Everyone's just trying to be number one right now, right? So that's why Twitter is,
man.
That's why Twitter is trying to be like WhatsApp, you know, and because that's why Twitter is like, oh, we can do our banking and our shopping and our videos here, and it's like, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to post shit posts, you know, and dunk on each other and argue. That's what this website is for. But you know that's why Elon is wanting to do that. This is such an interesting topic to me because it's something I've been thinking about for a very, very long time. So I did an interview in Honolulu Magazine exactly 10 years ago, July 2014, where they asked me about my thoughts about social media. And here I have quotes here. Quote, I have very mixed feelings about social media. There are now countless examples of how empowering it is, most notably Twitter's role in the Arab Spring a few years ago, and we all know how that turned out. So there's that. But as Uncle Ben said, this is so cheesy. With great power comes great responsibility, and many of us abuse his power to spread misinformation, raise the noise levels, and magnify the ugliest aspects of our society. We just hear about all of these nasty things more because with social media, everyone has a conch. Social media and the personalization of the internet is erasing any notion of serendipity in life, and I fear that. Google searches and Facebook ads show you things that you may be interested in, constructing this echo chamber where everyone and everything agrees with you and there is no personal development. I suppose social media reflects human nature. We want to be where we think we would fit in. We want to connect with others and feel like we're a part of something larger than us. It's beautiful and ugly. So it's hard for me to say whether I love it or hate it. It's just how we live. Like anything in life, I grin and bear it. But that was me 10 years ago.
Wow.
And I actually still feel that way exactly the same way now because because how does that sound to you guys? Like what I described?
It sounds timely.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thrill of the hunt.
Nothing's changed.
Timeless. Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of got only worse. So Locke was talking about what were you buying? Your bed, right?
Yeah. Bed. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just bought this chair, right? The Valencia theater seating. This is the love of my life because it cost me $1,300. But like, oh my god,
the one that's covered with blankets and things.
With the hat.
Well, yeah, I'm covered in because I have a cat, so I don't want the cat to scratch it.
Okay,
right?
okay. I was like, okay.
So, but when I play on it, I just sink in. And it's
gaming
right?
chair. Okay,
gotcha.
Now for the last few weeks, the only fucking ad I see is for that fucking chair. I already bought the chair, man.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Okay, but let me defend that for a moment because that, of course, just like AI art that is still working on getting consistent across, like, I made a character. Okay, now make that character riding a bike, and it's the same character, but it's I think that will get better. They'll start to recognize maybe, okay, this guy made the purchase, especially if it was online. But people are always like, why do you want to give them your data? They can market to you. I'm like, good. I would much rather get an ad for, the new, the new PlayStation exclusive game than like for Depends underwear. Right. I mean, marketing is a pain in the ass, but it's necessary evil at times. I like the fact that it is trying to figure out what I would be interested in. I don't know why there's such pushback against that. Although what you guys are describing is different. It's kind of like the poor execution of the idea where they can't recognize it's time to clear the filter and move on to the next thing.
So my quote 10 years ago, and my concern is still now, is kind of broader than that. It's about the serendipity in life.
Yeah.
About the randomness, about running into someone and says, wow, you're really different from me. I've never met anyone like you. You're really interesting, and I'm learning something from you, from this experience, because we would have never crossed paths any other way. I would have never crossed paths with this piece of art. I would have never crossed paths with this book or this movie, because the only thing the internet wants to show me is, oh, you like Final Fantasy, so here's all this Final Fantasy stuff, and so I just start to think this is why every fucking fandom right now thinks that like their fandom is the most important fucking thing in the world, because that's all they fucking think about, and that's all they can talk about, and that's all the internet feeds them. So for people who are really, really online, that's what it really means to be really, really online, is that you're just so tunnel vision into your own world that you don't even see the broader world. So people keep talking about Final Fantasy this and Final Fantasy that, when like 97% of the people don't give a shit about Final Fantasy, There are
companies. I'm
just using Final Fantasy as an example. Obviously, we love Final Fantasy here. So.
I think it's a really good point. I didn't know what you meant until you explained it that way. I know what serendipity means, but I just think of the Kate Beckinsale movie, and then I'm off into different thoughts. But God, she's beautiful. But the point of this,
the only reason why I watched that movie was Kate Beckinsale.
Oh my God! Right? Oh my God! The point.
Switch topics. Kate Beckinsale.
Let's just talk about Kate Beckinsale.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so
okay. So example, what I was saying,
like in colleges right now, like if you want to sign up for your dorm, you can just choose what kind of roommate you want. Like, they believe this, and they believe it. They believe in gender this, and they believe in this religion or whatever like that.
Wow.
So you make sure that you have your roommate. My roommate thought that AIDS was punishment from God for the gay people, right?
I had the biggest stoner in the world. I would have been great friends with him now, but back then,
and there I am, like smoking up like a stogie and listening to Bob Marley and be like, yeah, love, man. And but we smoked weed together a lot, right?
Yeah.
And he loved heavy metal, and I love heavy metal, and we were able to live together. We were able to talk it out, and I was able to kind of talk to him at like over several years. I was able to talk to him and make him understand, okay, maybe gay people aren't really being punished by God or whatever.
It's a really good point, though. I was aware of it, but, and I guess that's what writers do until it was articulated in such a way of what we are missing out on. Again, I still like the benefits of it. I like this, but what I'll say though is there are companies, and I bring it up from time to time on this show or is like Grounded News. And maybe those things will be more successful across different types of subjects. But Grounded, I'm sure Gene knows what it is. Maybe you guys all do. But it shows you the left and the right and the center according to a number of different studies in terms of news organizations. It tells you who owns them. What their agendas may or may not be. But the best part is there's this thing called Spotlight where it's like, hey, here's a bunch of stuff because you tend to read this kind of news, which for me is obviously more progressive and leftist. It's like, they're like, we don't care if you agree or not, but just so you know, these are the stories the left isn't covering. These are the stories the right isn't covering. Okay. And maybe there's a business that is, I sought that out. When I heard about that, I went and looked into it and I subscribed. Maybe there is a kind of, right now we have to do it on our own, but it would be nice if there were more, a little bit more randomness or serendipity built into the algorithm. But that's just sort of a nice thing to do. And why would they do that? Yeah. Why would the social media companies ever do that?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why when you're on TikTok and you just think book talk is like the entire world, because all you ever see on your TikTok algorithm is book talk. I love showing people my TikTok feed because they instantly recognize how random it is. And they instantly recognize how I don't really use TikTok in any kind of way. Because the algorithm does not know how to read me because I have no preference whatsoever. Because I barely use TikTok, Which is great. Now you go onto my YouTube and it's an absolute mess. It's just all like a ton of Mr. Manic plays. I have like all like 10 channels of Mr. Manic plays up on my thing.
Gavin and Games.
Yeah, Gavin Games. Like, I get the live notification all the time. My Instagram is also a complete mess. It's all e-girls and cats. Literally, and it's just cosplay girls and cats and goth girls. And
they can't pin you down. I mean, that's the thing, right, guys? Like in this hyper curated world, right? It's our job to maintain that nuance, right? Because everything with our streaming, with our shopping, with entertainment, with our search, right? The algorithm could kind of nail us down, right? So it's our job to stay nuanced. Like, Gene, you are a very nuanced human being. I think a lot of people, almost everybody involved in LSM is a very nuanced human being. We have a variety of interests, a variety of stances, philosophies, whatever it is, right? That's the thing. But I mean, it can, like Jaffe's saying, it can be helpful, right? Because it narrows down, it kind of understands your taste after a while.
Yeah, but I like your perspective, Dagan, on kind of making this a teachable moment and looking inward and being like, okay, well, we live in a very algorithmic world. Maybe it is now our personal responsibility. Now that you talk about great responsibility, maybe it is now more of a personal responsibility to be more nuanced people, to be more multifaceted people. I have many other interests, and that's, again, I think a lot of people look at me and they're like, "Oh, Gene, you have so many different interests. You like hip hop, you like country music, you like skateboarding, you like video games, you like film." And a large part of that is because I grew up without the algorithm. I had to seek out all this shit myself. I was finding the underground hip hop. I was finding the punk scene. I was finding the skate scene. I was going to the bars and finding bands there. And I would just listen to a band, and whether they were good or not, I would just like deal with that. That's just part of life. Yeah. And then all of a sudden I just stopped being part of that, But yeah, I think people should, I think that it's a strong message to get out there that the world is like this. Sure. Work on yourself and try to be a more interesting person than what the machines tell you are, So going back to your original question, Jaffe, about whether I deal with that now. I don't want to deal with that anymore. You know, I was the audience editor at the Washington Post, and I know all the levers and buttons that are going on. And because of that experience, I know that it's always evolving and it's always something that we can't control. You know, look at what Meta did to us, you know, and they were lying about the number of video views that Facebook would get too, right? So some of it is just complete lies too, right? Like the numbers that we're seeing. So I decided to make a personal stance for myself and says, you know what, I'm not going to write for SEO. I'm not, you know, even though we have to, right? And I'm still going to consider SEO a part of it, right? But it's not going to be my priority. I'm not going to write for any algorithm. I'm not going to write for Facebook or YouTube or anything. I'm going to write what I want. I'm going to write for people, for humans, you know? And that's where I'm at right now in my career. I don't want to write for the machines.
Did you see yesterday the leak?
Let's be more interesting than what the machines think we are, you know?
So I got to respond to a couple of those things that you said. One is yesterday, by the way, there was that leak of 14,000 data points that Google uses for. Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And so I don't know how frequently that changes, but that's going to be really interesting when smart people start digging into that to figure out exactly how that algorithm does work. But
I mean, I know what works in Twitter, so that's why I'm really big on Twitter, right?
Right.
Because I know exactly how to tweet Twitter and use certain images. And if I don't want a tweet to explode, then I'll just write it the way I want to it. I know that it probably won't work, you know.
Did you learn that on your own, Gene, or did somebody show you that?
Totally on my own. So I use for Facebook. I use my own Facebook profile as an experiment.
Okay.
So I had 5,000 Facebook friends and a couple thousand followers, and I always use that as kind of a test bed. But I definitely use Twitter too, and I just kind of learned that on my own, you know. And I feel like that's what Manny has done over the last like 9-10 years of working YouTube, is that he's able to kind of adjust to the changes and kind of see. It's kind of like surfing. You know where the tide is going, and you just have to make sure you catch that wave. You know.
Yeah, I admire that because it's experience over time.
Yeah. Did you notice any changes on Twitter when Elon took over?
Yes.
How do you adjust to that? How do you? Because you stayed big, of course. Like your tweets still get like huge retweets. So how do you adjust to that?
Shitposts always still work. So you know, shitposts still mostly work too. You know. So that's never changed, you know. A good joke, you know.
I'm bummed though that Threads didn't catch on. I get it, but I'm like Twitter. I can't leave Twitter because it's good for my channel. Because when I go live or whatever and post things, but it's a much less quality experience. Whether you like or hate Elon Musk is irrelevant. The fact is there are demonstrable issues with that site now that are
totally, man. I just want
fundamentally worse, and nobody seems to want to fix it who works at Twitter. So
I tweeted the other day, I just did a search for Marques Brownlee, one of the most G-rated popular YouTube creators of all time, right? He's so corporate friendly, so friendly, and I just wanted to look for Marques Brownlee. The fourth tweet I fucking got was just a guy like on all fours spreading his butt cheeks and showing his balls right at me. I didn't need to see that. I wasn't looking for that.
That's the algorithm. The algorithm thought you were, Gene.
I guess so. Fuck,
Gene, it's no mistake. Come on,
it's the goddamn monetization now. It's all that engagement farming people talk about, where it's like, you know, that's why you're seeing all that shit, right? It's like, oh, here's a post about the new Starfield DLC. And then 40 of the goddamn out of 100 are like, you know, here's the little baby in Africa being washed by the guy. And it's like, kindness is beautiful. How many times have we fucking seen that thing, right? It is beautiful. It's a beautiful shot, but it's like, you know, and there's a blue check mark because that guy's going to get paid a couple of pennies for the fact that we scrolled past that. And it's just like, good job, Elon, you fucking idiot. It's like, you know, free speech is fine and great, and we need that, but this isn't free speech. This is obnoxious as fuck, man.
This is the quote unquote sea of garbage that the Patriots were warning us against in Metal Gear Solid 2. You know?
Oh yeah.
There was going to be a sea of garbage on the internet, and that is what we are. We are ears deep into the sea of garbage right now. You know,
I will tell you.
Yeah, to your point, you just look up anything, or I just make a tweet, and then like 10 replies down, it's just a squirting pussy. You know, just a squirting pussy. It has nothing to do with anything. I'm just like, it's just a pussy that's squirting. I'm just like, what if I've never seen a squirting pussy before? You know,
well, no one has, because that's AI.
My first experience, you know, on Twitter. You know, that sucks, man. I actually had a cousin, and
here we go.
Yeah, I had a cousin, and he had never. I took him to a strip club, and then like bought him a lap dance and everything like that. As we left, he was like, "That was my first time kissing a girl," and I was like, "Oh man, dude, you should have told me that, man. I didn't want to like fuck that up for you.
You polluted it."
Yeah, I totally blew it for him, man. It was
Dude,
awful.
That's the thing too. Like, how much of this is just a shot in the dark, Wild West algorithm thing where they're fishing? You know what I mean? Where it's like they don't know that you like it, but you might.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Right.
No, a lot of it is, right, because he keeps changing it and changing it back too when it doesn't work, right? Like there's been a bunch of things like they implemented and then took away again. So I think they're throwing a lot of shit at the wall to see what sticks.
That's a big part of it too.
I will. I just want to say one thing real quick about the cat and e-girls algorithm on seriously. So this was really helpful to the point that I was like, okay, somebody should start a business, right? So me and my family almost every night when we get together, we watch TV, and before we wrap it up, it's not like a tradition was hammered out as a tradition. It just kind of happened that we'll all go around and just kind of airplay to the TV, kind of the fun things we saw on social media. It's like, oh, you got to see this, you got to see that, And my son says to me, he goes, your algorithm is like filled with plane crashes and just awful weather disasters. And I'm like, yeah, because I just think that's cool. He's like, yeah, but it's affecting your, you're always worried about, the world. Mm-hmm. And so he says, give me your phone. And he spent about an hour just putting nice things on it. And like over the next few days, I was getting wonderful, scenery and cat videos and all kind. And I was just like, it's almost like you should be able to go to a service and go reset my algorithm. For this is the kind of vibe I want in my life. Now, inevitably it went back to plane crashes because I'm me, but I had a couple weeks there that felt pretty goddamn good. I was feeling pretty good about things, folks. Anyway. Okay.
Yeah. You're making your anxiety worse with your, I am too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually glad that, longtime some listeners know that Colin and I are huge fans of the pedophile catcher vigilante genre.
Vitality? Right? Is that his name? Vitality?
No, what you're talking about is a YouTuber called Vitalski.
Oh, Vitalski.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's jumping on the trend, but he's on YouTube, right? But it's like, I'm actually glad that so many of them are gone off YouTube because as much as I love watching them, it is really, 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 really depressing and dark to watch this over and over again. So I actually had to Locke's point, I had to train the algorithm to kind of bring it back. So thank goodness for Kendrick Lamar and the whole Drake beef and everything, because for the last month it's just all been like hip hop stuff, which has been great. So,
did you see that Sony guy from San Diego that got caught by one of those guys? I don't know whatever happened to him. He was a Sony programmer, PlayStation programmer.
Yeah.
No. They went to his front door.
He was a PlayStation exec, and when he got caught, he was wearing a fucking Sackboy.
No way.
Come on in here, I'll show you my sack, boy. Come on now.
Of course it was sack.
Like, no, it's the most obvious joke, but you got to say it.
You have to. Did they advertise it that way?
I hope he got arrested.
He got arrested. And that guy, People versus Preds, he even got a journalist too, So he goes after some good guys, But he's only on Rumble now. So.
Wow. What do you think, Locke? I'm going to circle back to you. It's your topic. It's a great one. Had us talking, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Great answers. It's so interesting to hear from people with a lot of experience because for younger people, I think when I look at my nephew and my niece, they're like growing up with all this stuff. So they don't know any better. But like, I think Gene or you too, Jaffe, said that when we were kids, it wasn't like this. And it's sometimes hard to remember that there was a time before everything was an algorithm. So very good answers.
But could I just want to add one thing, because when Gene was saying that, it got me thinking about two things. One is that we have to be careful about, back in my dayism, right? Because there's got to be some good stuff that this generation is going to take from this accelerated access to what they are curious about. But at the same time, though, it's, the whole lack of media literacy that gets, and I understand the need for it because the powers that be don't want kids certainly in public schools, to be media literate. But the thing Gene's saying, just to teach kids, it's like, hey, I don't give a fuck if you're on YouTube all day or TikTok all day, but this is how it works and this is what it's doing. And there's good and there's bad. I don't think most kids are thinking about that at all.
No.
I don't think they've been introduced to that. And I think, man, media literacy is so important now more than ever.
Social media literacy, yeah, especially with AI and everything too, right?
But there's no way we're going to get it in schools because, why would they want you to know that?
Yeah, because we can barely teach like correct history in our schools, So, so what the fuck are they going to do? What the fuck are these stupid teachers going to do? Like, I'm sorry, public school teachers, but like, what the fuck are they going to do about teaching about the algorithm, which changes so often that it's so hard to teach? But I think there is some value in like a general media literate, or just fucking just telling them like, just be more interesting people, man. There's more shit out there than whatever these fucking apps are feeding you,
Yeah, absolutely. It plays
That's
somewhere.
Like telling kids though to eat their vegetables instead of cake all the time. I mean, you're right, but you have to arrive at a place in your own growth where you recognize it's not just quote good for you; it's literally good for you. But kids don't do that.
I mean, Jaffe, right? It ties directly into consumerism. I mean, kids aren't paying attention largely. They're just entertained by it. They're watching things. They're on TikTok. But as they become consumers and start searching and shopping online, then becomes a whole thing. I mean, it really lands somewhere firmly in between what Gene's saying of like before the heavily curated days of like, I would have never met my college roommate. And, what Jaffe's saying too of like the convenience of, my taste. What I like, what I tend to buy, what I tend to need, at least get me started. And then you could usher in some sort of nuance with, well, I like this too. I like rap, but I also like country Western.
Exactly.
That type of thing.
Like what both of you are saying is exactly right. Like just learn how to be other types of people,
But I also, I don't want to belabor.
I'm sorry to finish my thought real quick, Jaffe. To finish my thought, to go off your point about the good, and before back in my deism, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, the internet is so good in helping finding community. Look at us right here. All four of us right here. We never would have found each other if it wasn't for the internet and some kind of non-serendipity, right? Although,
that's what Asian Month was originally for. That's how I found. That's how I discovered.
Exactly. But so to your point, the internet still continues to be a great place to find community, to find other people like you, other people who think like you. And so it's important to be multifaceted in that you can still do that and also have other interests and like look at other things,
Yeah. And there should really be, maybe this exists. I don't know if you guys know, if our audience knows, but there should be something to fill in those algorithm gaps. Like, Locke, maybe you haven't. And actually tell me, right? Like you were searching for this bed. It was popping up in your algorithm. Came and went. Got the bed. Still popping up. Maybe you hadn't done another huge search for another thing since then, so it didn't know what to feed you in that.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? But there should be a thing where it would even behoove the marketing, advertising, sales end of things to kind of fill in those gaps, like figure out, like, even if it's a time-based thing, like it's been 2 weeks since this person's been searching adamantly for a bed. I'm sure they already got one. What can we try to sell them next? Yeah. And then it's less aggravating for us too, because we're tired of looking at beds. We got one a week and a half ago, that type of thing. I wonder if that does exist, where it's like, it doesn't even seem, I don't know. It doesn't even seem like that vapid of a thing. Like it seems useful for both parties, Maybe they're figuring that out, and a lot of that may have to do with AI. I don't know. Like what Jaffe's saying with the Google thing, and having, there were that AI assisted search thing was telling people to drink urine if they had to pass a kidney stone. Like it was telling them all the wrong shit. So Google had to be one of the first big tech companies to go in and say, we're going to peel back on AI. Like it's not. We have to work this out. I don't know if they're saying, it's not working now, we have to make it better, or if they're just saying we're going to go back to conventional, human powered stuff, because the AI is a little confused right now.
We bring up AI. So the Washington Post is experimenting heavily in AI. So if you see me not really speak out on AI, it's part of that, because I know my own company is really investing in it.
There was a news story about that. What can you be more specific? Because I saw a headline about that. Is it working with Apple or something? Or
I have no fucking clue. But I know that for several years now, a lot of our local sports stories are just written by AI because we don't have anyone to send out to the local game. So not like the NBA or the MLB games, but like the local high school sports and everything.
How does it do that?
But also in terms of like generating headlines, the AI will be trained by shit I did. So the cool thing is that I get to live on as a meme in AI. So I love that.
That's why artists are boycotting Instagram right now. Because apparently their Meta's taking the stuff from conventional actual artists and training the AI with that. So everybody's like, I'm not going to put my own personal art on Instagram anymore to fuel that. A lot of people, a lot of animators specifically, are just like, I'm off. I don't know I forget what the alternative is now. DeviantArt, maybe.
Yeah. I'm fine with the WAPO doing it with my own headlines because that's our company, you know, and I wrote those headlines for the company. So, and I wrote good headlines. Again, these headlines helped a lot of stories get millions of readers, you know.
Wow.
So that's why I'm one of the few reporters at the Washington Post who writes their own headlines because, because every journalist is like, well, that wasn't my headline. Don't you know that most reporters don't write the headlines? Which is true. Most reporters don't write the headlines. That doesn't apply to me because I'm one of the rare reporters in the Washington Post that just writes their own headlines.
That's awesome.
I just asked ChatGPT. I said, write me a headline about journalist Gene Park rejecting Asian American Month, but make it very clickbaity and sensational. Would you like to hear it?
What did he say?
She said, I don't know why you think it's a he. I think it's a she.
Sorry.
Shocking rejection. Gene Park blast Asian American Month in fiery statement. It's pretty good.
That's too boring, but sure, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, it's clicky for sure, but you know.
How would you improve it? What's bad?
I would take out shocking, and you don't need that stuff. You don't need.
Okay, so just Gene Park blast Asian American Month in fiery statement.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Shocking.
While becoming pedophile?
No, please.
That'll do it. Click.
Yeah, please don't Drake me.
Jaffe, this could be a topic, by the way. Next time you come on, I think you should do that as a topic.
What
Just
topic?
insert things into ChatGPT and see what we can come up with.
I'll do it right now.
Why not? This is inevitable. It's so sad as Gene's talking. I'm hoping this is what it comes down to. I'm just thinking in my head, I hope Gene could approach retirement age without this encroaching on his career. And that, I think, I honestly, I'm feeling a little pessimistic today. On those days, that's what I'm hoping for. It's like, all right, this is an inevitability. It's going to happen. Can my loved ones just get out in time to have a career and before the next wave is ushered in and things are completely different?
It's tough, man. The Wall Street Journal just had layoffs yesterday, and they decided to close their West Coast, East Coast, and Midwest the bureaus. That's the whole country.
Holy shit! I didn't hear
It's
about
amazing
that.
what happens to news when people decide they don't really care about the facts.
They don't give a shit. So who gives a shit about the news? You know, I guarantee, and we'll talk about it in a little bit, but I guarantee you that Trump verdict news isn't gonna last all that long. I doubt people give a shit. You know.
Well, Gene, let's take that.
Last one. I'm sorry, Dagan. I know. I apologize.
No, not at all.
Yeah, this is a surprise fun topic. I can talk about it all day.
Surprise twist. I just did a new one. Journalist Colin Moriarty announces marriage to YouTuber Greg Miller, an unbelievable move. Come on, that's good. I'm clicking that fucking thing. All right. I'm turning off ChatGPT now. Sorry.
That would be a hell of a that'd be a hell of a plot twist.
I'd click the fuck out of that. All right, I'm done. Man. Sorry.
I don't know. Now I want to talk about Colin and Greg, but I shouldn't. But this is the audience I want to. This is the three people I would like to talk about.
Did you know Greg when back in the day? Like, did you all meet him?
I knew Greg a little bit. I met him a few times. I was really actually friends with Nick. We became pretty close, actually.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. So
yeah, I always
I love Greg too.
Nick, what's his last name? Nick
Scarpino.
Right. There was Nick and Greg and Colin and Tim. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still talk to him or not anymore?
No, I saw when the whole thing went down, he was one of the last people I talked to. And I basically told him, dude, I'm really, and Nick knows this. And I think it's a mutual affection. But, I told him, like, I'm really disappointed you didn't get more involved because I think you could have been a good mediator.
Yeah.
And that was the last time I ever really texted with him. You know, as I've heard, he said nice things about me since on air, and I've said nice things about him too. I think we were very similar, I think, in that we were more outside of gaming and just a little more into just the conversational aspects and just.
But what a great lesson for kids. It's like when you think shit is gone bad, that is oftentimes when you're able to build the next big cool thing.
It's amazing.
You know, there's a great sort of life coachy exercise in that. It's like take certain things in your past that were really bad.
Sure.
And then write sort of what came out of that. And you're like, holy shit, you know, I would have never gotten into Sony and there were some really bad days I had, which ultimately led me to picking up the phone and calling Sony, which led to a career. But at the time, if you would have caught me at USC when my dad said, we can't afford to keep sending you, I was, you know, at one of my lowest points going, what the fuck am I going to do? You know, and that led to, you know, so I think it's such a good story.
Oh, I love it.
If Apple's going to make a fucking movie about Tetris, they can certainly make a fucking movie about Colin and Greg and Les. I'm not even fucking with you guys. I know it sounds funny because you know him and he's your brother, but there's a good fucking story there that transcends the specifics, and it also is very commercial because it deals with YouTube and all that shit. And there's great drama, you know. It's just, you guys, that should be Last Stand Media's first fictional foray. You guys should just make that into a movie.
I kind of love that idea, Jaffe. I mean, it's an incredible story. I watched Colin do it. It was tough, but I don't, you know, it's like, and I'm not going to stay on this, and I shouldn't say too much because it's really none of my business. Ultimately, it's those two guys.
It's none of our business, but so what? It's fun.
A Colin Greg reunion, like, I mean, dude, that would just rock.
Yeah, but it would rock only if it was genuine, right? Because I mean, Greg's kind of, you know, Colin's reached out numerous times.
He has.
So
he definitely has.
It would only rock if it wasn't kind of calculated. It would rock.
And the kind of funny audience also wouldn't. LSM's audience would find that really cool.
I think so, yeah.
But I think kind of funny's audience wouldn't go for that.
That's interesting, sadly. Locke. I'm out of touch with that community, so it's interesting to hear that.
That's why you're out of. That's why you're out of touch, probably, because they think you're the devil.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little crossover. I have to say it's odd, but there's some.
But LSM's audience doesn't think that about kind of funny. So
no, not at all. As far as I know, you know. Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's people with raw feelings, and we don't have to go into that. But you know, in general, if that would happen. Sorry, I think I'm the one who steered us into this conversation.
No, not at all, dude. I mean, I think it's fascinating
to hear about that little detail on your
Colin's
side.
Not going to care.
Yeah,
he knows how I feel. I mean, those two are just, you know, was something special, you know, and it just feels unresolved. But I agree with what Jaffe's saying. I mean, I've said this to Colin numerous times privately. Like, the ball's not in your court.
No, it's not. No,
it's not in his court.
Yeah,
it just never has been. You know. And actually, even reaching out to Greg and trying to, you know, extend the olive branch, I think, wasn't his job. I think that was him going above and beyond what he probably should have done.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Colin misses Greg, you know. So.
I think that would be inevitable with how close those two guys were.
Yeah, why wouldn't you, you know? And
right.
So I actually met Greg at the DICE Awards in February, and we had a nice long chat because he's a cancer survivor. So... and I actually I did not know that about him until my own battle, and I learned that about him. So we had a nice long chat, and it was really, really good and heartfelt. So he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Well, you know, someday I just still feel like in my heart of hearts there's a good possibility of something happening there. You know.
Yeah. To Locke's point, it was really the audience that made them. You know. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah. But Gene, we could just stick with you as number 2, my friend. I had you pegged in the second slot anyway. You have a great timely topic. You already hinted at it. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's do this one for the algorithm, boys. Let's talk about Trump's guilty verdict. So yesterday afternoon, President Trump, our 45th president, was found guilty of all 34 charges of basically using hush money to pay people to be quiet about about things that could be damaging for his election, which he won in 2016. And he lost in 2020, and it's just so exhausting. I can't believe we're still talking about him, and we're about to we have to vote for the same two guys again that we did 4 years ago. Like I feel actually insane. Like that society as a whole hasn't like really matured in the last 4 years, and I've never really felt that before. Where there's just like zero progress, and I'm sure the pandemic had a lot to do with that, because like that those were lost years. I relate to that. I had cancer in 2022, so that, like 2022 is just a year that you can just strike out for me. But it's so exhausting that we're still talking about Trump. But he is found guilty, and he does have still 54 other criminal charges spread across 3 other cases. 2 of the cases are related to his. I'm reading from the Washington Post right now. This is an excuse for me to read our own content on our show too. But this is from our story. The other 54 criminal charges Trump faces. 2 cases are related to Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election, which he lost. And the third is about classified documents that he took after he left the White House. And then so we talk a little bit in our stories about how that might affect the 2024 race. And in any other year and in any other era, a guilty verdict would just be like, no, well, I guess this is a convicted felon. You can't have a convicted guy as president, but this is Trump. And Trump has worked years and years, 8 years really, to kind of have this narrative that everything is rigged against him, and people are out to get him, right? So that's why, will it matter? Our analysts say probably not. The vast majority of Trump supporters will stand by him.
I think they will.
But there might be a small percentage who might be like, well, that might be a little too far. But I thought this would be an interesting group. This is probably Log. I think from my read, I think you're center right. But otherwise, would I be correct in that? Maybe.
Yeah, you're completely correct in that. Yeah,
I think we're all like fairly center, but at least in terms of like me, Dagan, and Jaffe, we're probably the most liberal group. Actually, Chris too. Chris will count too.
Chris too.
Well,
yeah.
and Locke is in England, right? So their right and their left is very different.
Belgium.
That's a completely different universe. This is like the Final Fantasy VII multiverse where Locke is out there.
England, Belgium.
Well, yeah, but I think the difference between your country and my country is we have like a dozen parties and you only have 2 parties.
we have a lot more. They just aren't relevant.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
right.
of course. So
they basically don't count.
That's why you're stuck with the two old bad word people again, which is ridiculous because. It also has like a lot of global ramifications, because of course it was big in the news here too that he got convicted, right. But nobody cares because here they're already convinced that he's going to win, and now even more so than before. Like every news station, like everyone is kind of convinced that he's going to win. And why is that? Because the same thing is happening here. The same thing is happening all over Europe. Mm-hmm. Ever since COVID, people have gotten upset and more angry and more dissatisfied with their lives. Maybe rightfully so. So everyone wants like a new government. And for the past decade, I think, or at least in my country or all over Europe mostly, has been a more left-leaning government everywhere, a more liberal government. So that's quickly shifting all the way to the right. You've seen it in Italy. You've seen it in Hungary. You're going to see it in Belgium too. It's going to happen in every country. And I guess it's also going to happen in your country. I don't know. You guys are the experts there, of course. But I don't get that. That's also why it's in the news here, because why does it matter? Why did this happen? Who cares that he paid a porn star to shut up? I think most people, young people, probably think that's pretty cool. That's not something to. I mean, it's not. Of course, it's not cool. It's a felony. But who cares? That doesn't matter for the job he's about to do. That doesn't mean he's a good guy or
DJ Academics, the #1 Drake supporter, to be clear, but he's a very well known podcaster. He was like, well, if that's what he got convicted for, that just makes me want to vote for him. Actually,
Yeah, I can see that happening for a lot of people. I don't know what I would do if I would live there, but I think if you have the choice between an old guy who's clearly completely gone and you don't know who's in charge, and you have on the other side, some bully, then yeah, I think I would vote for the bully as well, because at least you know what he is or what he's going to do or who's in charge.
It is honestly fascinating how Trump still seems to be, fairly, he's still there, like he's always been he's always been crazy, right? And he's always been kind of loopy and gone, right? But it doesn't feel like it's deteriorated, like. Yeah, like he's the same kind of loopy, whereas Biden has definitely, like, you can definitely see the deterioration. They're just like so much less life. Whereas like Trump, he's just still out there doing the same fucking dance that he did 8 years ago, jerking off the air. So I'm just looking at it. I'm just like, what an incredibly, he's just hanging out with his sons, and his sons are just joking with him in the jury room, and I'm just like, holy shit, man, that guy. I'm obviously not a fan of Trump, but I really admire his vitality and vigor. Something about him. He just keeps going.
Yeah, he hasn't changed.
Anyways,
it's true.
That's my take.
I mean, Gene, you know what? You know how I found out yesterday? I work downtown in Philly now, and one of my coworkers ran out of his office around 5:00, and towards the close of towards the end of the day, and he's like, "Dude, I got to get home. Like the Trump verdict just came down." Like worried about getting home to South Philly. And I'm like, dude, we're in Philadelphia. They're going to have a ticker tape parade outside. What are you worried about? Like they're celebrating in the streets here. Like what? It was a really odd take. And
was he worried there were going to be riots or something?
What'd you say?
Was he worried about riots?
Like but I don't know why. It's a very, very blue city.
Yeah.
It's like 90% blue. It's the same as Manhattan. I mean, it's the same exact thing. So it was a really odd take.
Yeah,
but that's
Brooklyn,
how I found out.
In Brooklyn,
about
they were setting off fireworks.
Oh my God, they're partying. They're having barbecue. Like I
said,
said,
when Trump lost in 2020, I'm in DC, which is heavily Democratic. Like we voted 97% for Hillary. In
holy shit, I didn't know it was that Democratic.
It's super Democratic here.
Wow.
So when Trump lost, it was just like. It felt like a parade. Like everyone was just out in the street partying. It was there's so many happy white people. I've never seen that many happy white people since since Charlottesville.
You know what Donald Trump has me wishing, because I gotta tell you, I'm just not. I mean, I've spoken about Donald Trump on the show. I'm just diametrically opposed to most of his politics. I just think he's kind of a slimy human being. But I really I find myself wishing he was like an actual like Max Headroom type virtual entertainer in a box, like completely harmless, didn't really exist as flesh and blood, instead of an actual real life presidential candidate, because he's just funny. You know what I mean? I think that's what makes him dangerous. Like he's just largely inadvertently comical.
He's very funny.
I think it's largely inadvertently. I think some of it is purposeful too. And I find myself just being like when our own Chris Raygun, does his impression of Donald Trump talking about JRPGs. I mean, it's just like one of my favorite things going right now. It's just like he's actually hilarious. And I think that's what makes him dangerous, because you forget. Have you guys, this is one thing that's been going on that I'm very entertained by lately. Robert De Niro, actor. Has been on this rabid anti-Trump media campaign, like going on The View and stuff. This is a famously sort of camera shy actor, one of our greatest actors of the last 4 or 5 decades, but notoriously just kind of shies from the spotlight. But he's on this rabid anti-Trump campaign and saying, playing up I don't understand why more people don't understand. This is like a Hitler-like character. Like everybody thinks he's this toothless sort of joke, and he's going to come out and he's going to usher in the next Holocaust, is basically what De Niro's saying. And it's funny hearing this notoriously shy guy go on this anti-Trump campaign. But here's the thing about this verdict, from what I understand, and you guys, I bet you Jaffe's much more tuned into this than I am, is that I think a lot of this still, even though being found guilty of the 34 counts and this hush money trial and this whole Stormy Daniels thing, it doesn't mean nothing, but it's largely still a non-story, because from what I'm hearing, the inevitable appeal that's coming could have Trump in office well into when they hand down a punishment, if I'm understanding correctly. So this is only the very first small step in a potential thing that could really kind of rattle the nation and by proxy the world, right? We're hearing a European account of this, which I love hearing something outside the United States, like a perspective outside the US is fascinating to me. I love hearing that because I think it's so important. And I think Americans largely forget about how important that is. You know, the global stage is an important part of this thing. So, but that's really my take.
Trump does that a lot too. So don't worry about that.
I mean, it's an, you know, everybody knows I'm more of a pop culture than a politics guy. And you could argue Donald Trump, you know, we're a couple of weeks out from getting a pop vinyl of Donald Trump. I mean, it is pop culture, right? But, you know what I mean? That's really my stance on it, is that it seems like a very slow build, you know? And then also, like, you know, I'm a pretty liberal guy. I'm definitely voting on I never voted Republican. I'm a pretty democratic dude, although I fancy myself as an old school liberal, you know? But I wonder too, how much, and Jaffe, I want to talk to you about this too, because I know you feel the same way I do about Trump. How much of it feels, even for an anti-Trump person, how much of it feels like railroading? A little bit.
None.
Just a little bit.
None.
You don't think it is at all?
Railroading meaning what? Meaning that he...
Meaning if it was any other individual.
I think no. I think that's a ridiculous narrative that I think...
Talk to me about that.
Well, because the law is the law, even though you might sit there and go, well, I think he's cool that he paid off a porn star. It's like, let's put it this way. Donald Trump fucked Stormy Daniels 10 years in 2006.
Right.
If he had paid her off in 2007, then you could say, hey, he's a businessman. He's one of those fucking alpha dudes. He didn't want his family to find out. He literally paid her off months, days, weeks, within 2 months before the election. It was clearly him going, I want to win. And one of the ways I want to win is I need to deceive people into voting for me, because if they knew this, I'm worried I wouldn't win. Now, you can say that's railroading, but it's simply illegal. And it's also bad form for a presidential candidate. Now, are they all scum? Of course. Do I think right. Joe Biden has no skeletons in his closet? Of course he does. I'm sure RFK does. I'm sure they all fucking do. And so fundamentally, you do have to look at policy over everything else. We have been sort of poorly conditioned and poorly educated to care, even though, yes, it is the law. And so that's different. But I don't care about their personal lives. I think Donald Trump is a piece of shit human. But fundamentally, is he good or bad for the country? And, you know, I've looked at his policies. I've looked at Biden's policies, whoever you want to attribute Biden's policies to. And I like Biden's stance a lot more than Trump's on regulating corporations. I like, you know, and people are like, oh, well, I made more money. And it's like, I get it. And I sympathize. And I happen to be privileged that just because I'm making less money under Biden, I can still afford to feed my kids. And I understand that that's not everybody. So I get why you would vote for someone if you're in those situations, because fundamentally, as much as Trump may be a piece of shit, you can afford to feed your kids. And then, but then you get into all of this shit about how much president actually affects certain policy anyway. How much president actually affects economics anyway. And it's so easy to trick people. And I don't know how much Biden really has to do with the price of gas. And then you talk about COVID. We haven't been educated as a population about, yeah, we got the vaccine. That helped a lot of people, or we got through it. However we got through it, maybe we should or shouldn't have vaccinated, blah, blah, blah. But the financial ramifications for all of the stuff that had to be done to keep the country going and to keep the world going during an event that was almost unprecedented. It wasn't unprecedented because we've had pandemics before, but very rarely, and it'd been over 100 years. There's going to be, you know, sustained pain even after the virus is gotten a hold of. And that we're just looking at it and we're attributing it to Biden. It's like, I don't know how you're not going to attribute inflation to the fact that we had to spend so much money to pay people. You know, how many checks did we get in the mail to make sure we could eat because people couldn't go to work? And,
Just
you know, how much money was, well, I know, but it was more than we've ever gotten, right? How much money was spent, you know, on paying the pharmaceutical companies to try to come up with all this shit. I'm just saying that there's so much there that I'm a guy that's pretty plugged in at a layperson's level to politics, and I couldn't tell you who's really responsible at a presidential level for where we are in the economy coming out of something like COVID. But I can tell you that when it comes to regulations on corporations, which Trump would be fine getting rid of all regulations, LGBT rights, getting rid of Roe v. Wade, what he did with the Supreme Court. It's like, hey, if you're into that, then absolutely vote for the guy. I don't care if he's a piece of shit. That's not in the job description. It doesn't matter if you're a piece of shit. If you can do the job well, Steve Jobs was a piece of shit, but I love my iPhone. You know, but my take on Trump, though, is that his policies are fundamentally un-American, especially when you hear him talk about, and people go, oh, he's joking, you know, being a dictator, wanting to be a dictator for one day. I get he's not literally going to be one for one day, but to say that, to show such disdain, to talk about the Constitution, maybe we should get rid of the Constitution, maybe I should run for 3 terms. It's like, oh, he's joking, Jaffe. Yeah, okay, fine. But when you're the fucking president, there are things you joke about and things you don't joke about. And given his track record, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
So I think he's a piece of shit. People said to me the other day, they said, well, Biden, there's this thing that Biden may have molested his child or took a shower with his child. Didn't you see about the diary, this, that, and the other? And I'm like, you know what? If he did and he's a pedophile, put his ass in jail. But short of that, I don't care if he's a creep. I don't care if Trump's a creep. That's not the point. The point is, you know, are his policies good for our world? And in the case of Trump, I would say no. I don't care if you want to have a beer with him. I don't care if you think he's funny.
Right.
There are times in life to be fucking serious, and this is one of them. Here's how you know. Here's how you fucking know.
Yeah.
Look at the fucking Supreme Court. Look at the decisions.
Americans take politics, though. You know,
and I get it, and that's privileged. I have the money in my account that I can afford to read the news and be a geek about the news and care about that shit. And it's pathetic that has to be a privileged financial position that you have the time, whereas most people are just trying to fucking feed their kids. And I get it. And I don't fault them for that, but it's pathetic that that's the situation we're in. But here we are.
No, but that's okay.
Remember,
because
I think the GOP never wanted Trump in the first place. You know?
No, that's true.
He won, and then they were like, okay, well, this is our Trojan horse, right?
Well, that leads me to my question. Let me ask you guys this, because it really does boil down to this. I know what Jaffe's saying about, you know, listen, everybody feels how they feel, regardless of financial situation and everything else. Also, the fact of the matter is this, right? With somebody like Trump, right? Yeah, it's a lack of decorum. I always boil down to like, wow, I can't believe this man's picture is hanging framed, you know, in the White House amongst those notes, you know, those legendary with George Washington, President Lincoln, Eisenhower, all these guys, right?
That's all PR too, though. I mean, let's be clear. It's all romanticized. We don't know what they were.
That's
really
true.
like.
There's a little romantic stuff in there too.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, really what it boils down to. And also I know what you're saying, Jaffe, too, about how much of it is, you know, it's hard to determine what goes on under a president's reign, right? Like financial status, the State of the Union, all that kind of thing. Like how much of it really boils down to that figurehead. But the thing is, these things are happening under their watch, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Is it, and this is brass tacks, I think, is it irresponsible for Trump to still be running, and he's ahead by a fair distance right now as well?
No, that's not accurate.
Should he just, is it irresponsible to not duck out of the race at this point, knowing shit's likely to hit the fan if he gets elected into office at some point during his first year?
Well, let's be clear. He's not ahead. Biden, I saw today, is up by 2. But regardless,
is he really?
It's gonna, well, it depends on the poll, but it's going to flip and it's going to flop. And even if 1 or 2% of people, because there was like 30% of Republicans that said if he was convicted, I'm not voting for him. Well, let's assume that's bullshit. Let's assume that's only 1% or 2%. That's still enough in a race this close to tip it. But the funny thing is, it depends on the case, right? There's only one case that he could not pardon himself from. I think this is a federal case in New York, which means that if he gets elected and then it comes down that the appeals don't work and he's still guilty, he can just pardon himself. I think a president can pardon himself. He can't do it in the Florida case because it's a local case. But he can do it in the other two cases. Gene would know more than I on this, right?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Two of the cases are federal, and one of them is local, state. He can't pardon himself in the state one, but he can pardon himself if he gets elected in the two federal ones, I believe.
Oh my God, yeah. And that's the thing. Even though now he's convicted, once Trump becomes officially the GOP nominee, he will once again get access to the classified briefings at the highest level. He'll get that, and we all know that he never paid attention to this or understood them at all, right? But that's the country. That's how it works. That's how this system works. There is no rule in that whole subset where if you're a convicted felon, you don't get to see any of the highest level classified information, that the highest possible classified information that you can see. But Trump will get that, no problem.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there's no
rule against that because it's never happened before. So
yeah, this is unprecedented, by the way. For those that don't know that, this whole thing is unprecedented. And the fact of I didn't realize the pardoning himself thing was in the offing, potentially in the offing.
I'll double check. Let me triple check.
Because the appeals, from what I'm hearing from experts and pundits on, watching the various socials, is that the appeals will surely happen and they surely will not work. Because whatever he could be appealing could have already been considered by a judge, unless they usher in some sort of new evidence, which they won't have.
All right, so it's New York Times says Donald J. Trump's a felon in New York, and presidential pardon power does not extend to state cases. Right, so I knew one of them was a state case.
Okay,
there's at least one that's the other two are either federal or one of them's federal, which he could take care of it if he's president. But clearly, this one and maybe the Florida one, it doesn't matter. He couldn't take care of himself with that. So, so you're right. In this case, if the appeals fail and he's in office,
right,
then you've got a sitting president who also has to serve a jail term. And he would probably, they probably wouldn't do a jail term, but whatever the punishment would probably wait till after his presidency, which he would then work to never end.
And also, there's a lot of talk about Trump's going to vote for himself, and a convicted felon can't vote, like in Florida. But actually, if you look at the Florida law, a convicted felon in Florida can't vote if they were convicted in another state, and in that state, they're not allowed to vote. But because he was convicted in New York, convicted felons in New York can vote as long as they're not behind the jail.
Yeah, we have bigger problems to worry about than who Trump's going to vote for in the presidential election. I mean,
right? Well, I'm just saying.
I know you're right. You're right.
Yeah, people are trying to be like, well, I can't wait to see Trump get arrested in Florida when he votes for himself. He's not going to get arrested. So,
there's still so many.
That's not going to happen. He's not going to jail.
No, there's still so many question marks. It's like it's barely a breakthrough.
Not for this, yeah. And then also the Trump campaign raised $34 million this morning after the.
I read this.
Yeah. So.
You know what's sad to think? If the economy was in much better shape in the U.S., I don't believe Trump would even be a threat. But like Jaffe's saying, people are really voting behind that because things are financially very strange in this country right now.
Yeah,
people are struggling.
And why wouldn't they? They should. That's I get it. You don't vote for morals unless you have it's pathetic, but how you shouldn't have to have some money in the bank to allow you to vote your conscience, but you do.
Exactly. That is the state of things. Yeah. No, it's true. It's definitely true. You can't argue that point. And it's gonna weigh heavily in November for sure. Yeah. I really do think he's a slime ball, but Jaffe, do you get the same thing from him though? Like there's something very entertaining, inadvertently entertaining.
He's a funny guy.
He is.
And it's fun to see the establishment, get mad magazined by him. That's basically what he's doing. He's pointing out the ludicrousy. And he's not wrong about a lot of that. But you can be entertaining and you can be funny and you can point out the absurdity of our political system. And you can also not be a good president. It's like, that's what a comedian should be doing, you know, but a guy, I mean, it's really, I don't blame the people. I used to blame the people, but you can't blame people for what they don't know. And you can't blame people for not knowing because they're busy trying to fucking survive. But
well, that's not really fair, is it? Because
what's not really fair?
You're basically saying that they're dumb, that they don't know
they're
what they're
not
voting
dumb. For. They're not informed. I don't think they're dumb at all.
Well,
I just think
that's kind of the same thing.
It's not the same thing. Dumb means I give you a piece of information and you don't have the brain capacity to grok it. Misinformed or lack of informant means you're too busy trying to get your own shit going that you're not going to read 5 news sources to see maybe where the truth is. That's just being misinformed. That doesn't mean
or they may even know, but they still have to vote with their pocketbook.
There's
because
that
they
too.
Have to, right? They have to put the loaf of bread on the table. That's it.
Right.
You know?
And
that's why a lot of business owners would vote for Trump regardless of what they feel like, because
I think that's very true.
It's good for the taxes. You know?
I know a lot lot of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they,
so do I, you know?
Yeah.
We can't afford to be moral is what it comes down to.
Yeah. It is very hard to be moral in today's society.
That's the tragedy. No, you guys are absolute. I mean, that's 100%. Well, here's the thing about Trump. I think Gene was saying this basically. He's so unapologetic. He takes his ways and like, this is a man that was already a celebrity in the 80s. I mean, this guy sat on on Donahue and Oprah, you know, in the mid 80s. Like, this guy's been in the public purview for a long time. He takes that private sector
lyrics, you know,
behavior and he just takes it to the presidency. He doesn't change one iota. And I think I think that rebelliousness, I guess, if you want to call it, I don't know if he would call it that. I think that's very magnetic to a lot of Americans.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it translates to a real lack of respect and decorum that other Americans see as problematic, especially comparatively when you see like, this is the leader of the free world. Like, can we step it up? Can we class it up a little bit? You know, type of thing, you know. It's very interesting to get, I'll say, like, it's very interesting to get a European perspective specifically because these are not only other places in the world, but these are Western allies. These are American allies, you know, some of our largest allies are in Europe.
I think a lot of governments here are kind of hoping that Trump is going to win. Look at what's happening in Ukraine right now. A lot of countries want out of that. And so does Trump, which is not a good thing. I don't agree with that at all. But, for a lot of governments here, it would be good for Trump to win, I think. So yeah, it's on a global level, it's very, very different than it is where you guys live, I think.
The problem with what you're saying, though, is nobody fucking knows. What Trump literally yesterday said, he would have bombed Moscow when they invaded Ukraine, right? So you can't even paint him consistently. Nobody knows what the fuck he would have done. And he literally said yesterday he would have bombed him.
True.
So who
because
the fuck
you can't
knows?
take him at his word because he just says stuff. He just makes sounds, you know, and sometimes and it's funny sometimes, you know. He's just existing. You know, the problem is that he's existing as the leader of the free world, you know, where he was at the same time, you know.
How do you think you got here again? Because 8 years ago it was a joke, 8 years ago, but now you're here again. So how did that happen? How is that possible?
I think
nobody wants this job.
Nobody wants his job. Both political parties are so bad at raising their own stars. The fact that, you know, we tear down our own stars too. You know, like Nikki Haley and Ted Cruz also. You know, I mean, nobody liked Ted Cruz, but you know, like, we tore them all down too. And also, you know, even more reasonable candidates like Mitt Romney and John McCain. Like we wrecked their image, you know, completely.
That's a great point.
So
yeah, there's very smart
on the Dem side. There's just the Dems are so fucking diverse they can't fucking agree on anything. So
yeah,
isn't it also? In my country, the far right is definitely going to win this election, but a lot of people are also voting for them because they've never been in power. And like the consensus among a lot of people, a lot of my friends too, is like, let them do it. They're going to fail and then they're gone. Can you say the same thing about Trump? Maybe that if he wins and he only gets 4 years and then he's gone forever.
Maybe.
Hopefully. So.
But we did have 4 years. So.
Well,
and the country
years.
wasn't completely on fire. It was terrible. A lot of things were terrible. It was definitely terrible on the news side. Although I think a lot of journalists really, really miss Trump too. So
yeah, probably. But you've already had 8 years of him now, or like 4 years, but then 4 years of nonsense. So you already know what he's like and what he does, and the world didn't end. So do you really think the world is going to end this time for 4 years? It's going to be 4 bad years, yeah, but then he's gone, and then you're free.
You have this fantasy that he's gone, and you may be right, but the fact, I mean, the guy. Let's put it this way: you've got a guy who yesterday he's a convicted felon. And like you said, they raised $34 million in a day, less than a day. Okay. Do you really think that the people who are willing to vote for him are also going to go, okay, we voted for you, but no, we're not going to let you have 3 terms, Trump. What are you talking about? That's against the Constitution. If he wants it, most of the people who vote for him this November will vote for him again for a 3rd term. And he'll say, just like he sells them on the fact that, oh, I was railroaded, or I'm not being treated fairly, and so I get a do-over. That's been his thing. It's like, well, I should have been the president, but it was stolen. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, you fucking moron. And you know it wasn't.
That's another thing.
It's like no one stole the election. And as I've said before, here's how I know. If you're going to steal the presidency, like they accuse Biden of doing, and you're not going to steal a couple of Senate seats to give Biden the power to do anything as president, then that's how you know they didn't steal it. Because if you can steal the presidency, you can steal some fucking Senate seats, you goddamn morons. But they didn't do that.
That's true.
Sure.
So
why wouldn't you just win if you can just cheat like that?
If you can cheat like that, but you're not going to give him 2 more seats so he has a supermajority so he can actually pass anything, it's just idiocy. But again, it's not that people are stupid. It's that they're too fucking busy trying to survive to actually pay attention to the magician. It's distraction, right? It's like, oh, look over there.
And most people don't really know how government works, Look, I've been in the elitist mainstream liberal media for 9 years, right? But before that, I knew a lot of quote unquote dumb or quote unquote uninformed people who don't know, who thought that a congressman is just somebody who works as a politician. I've known many people will be like, oh yeah, please vote for my friend for Congress. I'm like, that's not Congress. And they're like, well, she's running for office. I'm like, that's an state
office,
legislature, or that's city council.
Right.
And so they don't understand what judges are, or what the justice system are, or how, there's the very basics that is in a U.S. citizenship naturalization test. Most of our country doesn't know that,
Yeah, and the problem with Democrats,
most of our citizens will fail a citizenship test,
Yeah. And the problem with Democrats is they use that not as a warning flag to go, Jesus, we got to figure this out. They use it as like look how smart we are. You're dumb. You don't know anything. You're dumb. And it's like, that's not helping. It's like, that shouldn't be a badge of honor. That should be a badge of shame that your fellow country people are not able to get the data that you're able to get because you happen to have a certain lifestyle that you can afford to do that.
And it goes back to serendipity in life, because all
absolutely.
these Democrats and all these liberals, especially in the media, but also in politics, especially in New York and DC, they're all just hanging around each other. So there's echo chambers. So oh yeah, of course these people are stupid, right? Yes, these people are so fucking stupid. We went to NYU, so come on, like you didn't.
But you can be critical and still
so that's the tenor that a lot of elitists in politics and media come off as. And it's true. It's absolutely true. I know these fucking people. These people act like that completely. If you think that it's a parody, it's not. They do sniff their own farts,
Is it a stage, though, or will people wake up out of that and become, even if you're opposed to Trump, like so many of us are, like become more constructive, I mean,
everybody will wake up eventually. I think it's just what wakes you up.
Well, you've had 4 years to do that, and you guys did, of course, but most of your country didn't. So why would they do that now?
Well, again, though, it really is.
He's like, what are you guys doing?
Well, again,
like,
you really have
complaining.
You really have to look at COVID.
Right?
You have to look at COVID, though. You have to look. I mean, that was so unprecedented that has caused the ripple effects will be felt for generations of that, and the way we dealt with it, good and bad, and the fact that that people blame Biden for the economy, but the economy is very much a response to COVID. But at the same time, though, they seem to forget Trump's just inability to manage that to the point that, yeah, it wasn't Trump's fault we have COVID, but could we have been, could we have lost less than 1 million people? Could we have had a guy that was like, you know what, I'm not going to stand up here and suggest things like bleach. I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to be a smarter guy, and I'm going to be able to. Yeah, I mean, so the idea, didn't we learn after 4 years? I think we have very short-term memory on this.
Trump did give us more checks than Biden did.
He did. Well, we didn't need him as much by the time Biden got in. Yeah. To be fair. I mean, we need him for different reasons, but not for the fact that businesses were shut.
I think people could have used more money.
Oh, they could always use. Yeah, I'm with you, but
What if he doesn't win? How do you get out of it then? Because if he doesn't win, you'll get another 4 years of complaining. So how do you pull those people back to your side then, or how do you make them feel appreciated or like part of your country again? How do you do that, you guys? How will you do that?
I have no idea.
Personally, people gotta put aside their differences and find common ground. I mean, it sounds like a 7-year-old's lesson, but
that's not going to happen anymore.
I agree. I agree with Dagan.
I think we need better education. I think we need a better informed society.
Right.
I think here's what's going to happen.
Better informed decisions about the fact that we're being controlled by the algorithms, the fact that we're being controlled by only 2 political parties, and a system that keeps voting in 70. Fucking Trump and Bush Trump and Biden are younger than Bush and Clinton. I mean, they're both 70. They're all 3 over the 77. But fuck, Bush and Clinton were president in the 90s.
Yeah.
And they were so young. We used to vote in guys who were like 50.
Yeah,
something
people.
Really bad will have to happen, whether it's a nuke going off in an American city or another pandemic that ends even worse. It's either going to be revolution, like the French Revolution, eventually, in the 1%. Because I mean, it's ridiculous the way the 1% and the super rich are gutting this country. Mm-hmm. Or it's going to have to be some horrible attack, but something's going to have to wake people up, because even January 6th, the one thing that fascinated me about January 6th was how much in common I had with those insurrectionists, not in terms of their politics, but in terms of the sense that they felt not represented by their government. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, across the spectrum, so many people can relate to. And it's like, I can't believe even I would have been there for different reasons, but not for those reasons, because I don't think the election was stolen. But certainly I think they have a reason to believe they're being ignored, because they are. We all are. And something's going to have to give. And I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Well, you reminded me also back to Dagan's point about common ground. Maybe there might be, because there was that video clip a couple weeks ago where there was a Trump rally, and across the street, there were Israel-Gaza protesters, and both sides were saying "fuck Joe Biden."
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the extreme leftists, the extreme far left, and the Trump voters both hate Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, Biden's not bombing Gaza, though, but I understand the relationship.
He's providing the weapens.
So. Right. The comparison.
I know he is. He is. And he's providing the money, but so is the Republican, Senate and Congress. They're voting.
That's America. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's just the system we have,
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this rock bottom thing that Jaffe's saying about having
Alexa, stop. Sorry.
Us having to hit rock bottom until we kind of could arrive at this place of diplomacy coming. I mean, what you said, Locke, really struck a chord with me, because I asked myself that a lot, because it turns into a cartoon and you're like, how the fuck did we get here? Like, how did we arrive here? And the frustrating thing is there's so many capable people on both sides of the aisle, mind you, that just don't want to inherit this mess. That's what it comes down to. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think there's a lot of people who would love to inherit this mess. We just had 20 of them running in the primaries. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, but are those the people? There's a lot of people out there. You know what I mean? Are any of those the people? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I'm saying,
it's not going to be one president that does it, though, right? It's not about that one guy. It really is, like Gene says, it's about an educated population, and it's going to come from, maybe it'll come from a celebrity like figure or an internet like figure. It's got to come from somebody who literally can make a difference. You get into the presidency and you've got a million people you've got to please in order to get even this policy or that policy. And to be fair, Biden's done some good policy work, but
sure, yeah, he has.
When it comes to
the weed scheduling was cool. Yeah.
It was cool, as was the infrastructure bill. But regardless, so I think to wake people up and get them to be, involved and engaged, maybe that can't come from the people we have in there, because the system is just so mired in it.
Yeah, even people look at someone like AOC, who has been a firebrand, but they already see her being integrated into the system already. So there's a lot of people in the far left who don't like AOC anymore because they see how she's beginning to compromise her own ideals too, and that goes for a lot of the squad too. So to Jaffe, I completely agree with Jaffe. I think that we either need some kind of revolution or some kind of, I think we in general need some kind of new enlightenment period, some kind of renaissance. I think, I think we should all be playing Elden Ring to start with.
Why would you start with that though? That's hard. Elden Ring, that's going to make people feel worse about themselves, Gene.
Did you see how eloquent and literate Kai Cenat became after he played Elden Ring?
It's my favorite game of all time, but you're going to make people, if you force them to play that to get a tax break, the suicide rate's going to rocket. They're going to get to that first guy on the horse and the armor and just be like, fuck it, I'm out.
Kai fought that guy for 5 hours, and now he's just a smarter person overall.
It's fair.
I love that.
Let's start a little simpler though. Maybe give him a little bit of the Princess Peach game that they just put out.
Hellblade 2 then. Fine. Princess Peach.
Well, that's fine. You just got to push the stick forward. Every now and then use the mirror. Yeah. I didn't hate that game like a lot of people did. Though,
I was actually surprised at how
I came around to that game. Yeah, at first I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me with this piece of shit." 45 minutes.
Also, while we're on politics, and I think I'm very satisfied with this conversation. This has been great. Locke's perspective has been so funny too, because he's just pointing out the absurdity of it all. But I also
but to be fair, I don't know how it is in Belgium, but a lot of people in Europe, there's a much better social fucking safety net over there. You lose your job, you get cancer, you're going to be okay. It's a little different when you're in a country where,
that's not their fault,
it's not their fault, but I'm saying that you got to apply that filter when you're looking at America, because everybody has this anxiety that, one or two bad doctor calls away and you're fucked.
That's right.
You're absolutely fucked.
That was me, Yeah, you're right. Well, real quick before I forget, the talk about politics. I thought it was so funny, Jaffe, that guy P Turtle on your show.
Don't mention. Now he thinks he's famous. He got so mad at Colin because Colin didn't know who he was. He's like, "Don't you know I am?" Colin's like, "No." But now he's in the canon of Last Stand Media. We're fucked. Anyway, keep going, P Turtle.
I just thought, Dagan, you got to see this, but he just straight up calls Colin woke.
Oh, I gotta see this.
And then Colin was just like so taken aback. He's like, "How dare you call me woke?" Like the sudden like lady came out of him.
That's great pun. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he was so offended by it. But I don't know, Jaffe, what were you saying earlier before?
That was the fact that you brought up P Turtle has just I'm like fighting Tyson at this point. I got hit once. I'm like, I see Street Fighter 2 stars going around. I don't know. You have just made a monster. And I have to deal with it on my fucking shit, man.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That guy is wild. But you're right about the social safety net. And that's what I was gonna say. A lot of European game journalists were wondering, well, why the hell are U.S. journalists bitching so much? They make like $100,000 a year, and like I have to remind them, they live in San Francisco.
Yes,
it
doesn't go that far.
They don't get free medical care or anything like that. So yes, your salary of $50,000 or 50,000 pounds obviously seems very small. But you think about all the other costs that we have to fucking incur out here, and I make over 100,000 also, but I'm basically earning like 50,000 also.
That's not what it used to be.
It's not what it used to be.
People don't realize that. You know, you make $110,000, everybody thinks you're rich. It's like, you're not.
No,
you know what I mean?
That used to go a long way, but now $110,000 is just like middle class, basically.
It's crazy. Oh yeah, firmly middle class. Yeah. I mean, you guys raise a really good point. You guys gave me serious food for thought that I never really, I guess, considered. Is that you gotta put it in the people's hands. I get really caught up in this magical candidate thing, like finding the one, the prophecy. You know, it's not that. It's what you guys are saying. It's education, perspective, putting things in the people's hands, concern, being proactive,
which all unfortunately comes from
whatever.
Politics, though.
Yeah,
to do that,
and it all leads back to politics. But would the politicians want an educated public?
No,
because we'd be smarter about who we would elect, and they can't just pull one over us anymore, right? That's what they want. They want to. There
was one candidate last cycle or the one before who, and I don't, I think I don't know if it's power corrupts or people are corruptible. I don't know which starts first, but his claim was, vote for me, I will get in, I will fix campaign finance reform, and then I will quit. Because fundamentally, that is the biggest problem over here. And Citizens United just poured gasoline on that problem from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that's also a huge part of the system,
that I don't think the politicians would have a problem with an educated populace. I think they're corporate overlords. And that's not me being some, Jaffe, it's not like, it's exactly like that. They are bought and paid for by these lobbyists. They are the ones in control. They're the ones who want to make sure we're not educated. We need to get that. And that's where Europe, or I don't know about Belgium, but that's where, let's just say, England does at least their elections more fair, because I think it's all publicly financed, right? It's all taxpayer financed, and that's it. The fact that the fact that I literally have motherfuckers sending me emails going, hey, let's raise money. No, fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm not going to raise money for you, you bitch.
Yeah.
You fucking fix the goddamn campaign finance issues and fucking, it's not my fucking job to get you elected, you cunt.
Yeah.
No.
True.
Oh, it pisses me off.
I agree with you, Jaffe. And it goes back again to what we talked about earlier with the ads and the algorithms, right? That they want to keep us stupid, and they'll be like, oh, here's another product that you like, and just fucking buy this then now, and just fucking don't think about anything else but our shit.
Yeah,
yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, keep you uninformed or misinformed. That seems to be the strategy.
To be fair, people in Europe aren't looking down on Americans, not at all. We're always looking up to you, because what happens over there always happens here.
We look down on you anyways, Europe. Don't worry.
Fuck you.
I'm adopting Colin's role here.
You've got 250 more years to make up for the Holocaust. Take a seat, Belgium. Jesus Christ.
Wow. No, we need you guys to save us again in 3 years when the Russians come in. But
that's another thing. That's real, man.
Thing. That's a real threat.
I work with guys in Poland, and they're just like,
yeah, dude,
help.
We're next.
They're okay for now, but you think, it's all these people. Oh, Putin's not going to do that.
I shouldn't laugh.
Why would he?
No, people in Europe are very aware that he will do that, and we're waiting for it. But that's why it's so important that what's happening over there is also happening over here. COVID was the same thing, although COVID happened first here, so we saw it coming first, and then it happened over there.
That's right.
But usually politics works the other way around. What happens with you guys happens. Like, we have our own Trump here now. What happened 8 years ago with you guys is happening here now. So it's also very important for us to see what's happening and the mistakes that are made over there, so that we don't repeat them over here. Which hopefully won't happen in a couple of years, but we'll see. Yeah.
Unfortunately, America isn't going to learn from Europe at all. So.
That's okay. We made you guys. We invented you. So
you did.
Yeah.
You're
sure.
like
we don't even like Eurovision over here. The whole world gets excited about that in the World Cup. And I'm like, what the fuck? Is that the Will Ferrell movie? What the fuck is Eurovision?
What the fuck? Yeah, I never really understood what the fuck Eurovision was until I moved out to the East Coast,
Really?
I still don't
it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks. I work for like the biggest television network in Belgium. So we air.
Oh, you do?
We air.
That's cool.
Yeah. We air Eurovision. And this year there was this huge scandal because my network, the one I work for, in the middle of the Eurovision contest, they put like a what's that called? Like if you interrupt an intermission and you put like a message in there. I don't know what's that called in English. But they put a message in the middle of the Eurovision Song Contest, which is live, and they put like that Israel are committing genocide, which is of course like taking a side and not remaining neutral as a state broadcast network. That's of course very, very iffy. So there was a huge scandal about that, and also the Dutch delegate also made some remarks about Israel. So they kicked him out. They made up some story that he assaulted some camera woman or something, and they kicked him out of the contest. So Eurovision is very political here, sadly.
Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild. Yeah.
It's not about the music.
Listen, without Belgium, first of all, we wouldn't have Stella or Trois.
That's true.
I'd be very upset. So we're grateful for you guys, not just for the beer, but especially for the beer.
If you ever come to London, I'll show you.
Dude,
I'll show you
it's on lock.
Yeah.
You said that to me before. I'm taking that as gospel.
Yeah,
100%. All right, gentlemen. Now we move on to Jaffe's topic number 3. Now, to remind you guys, a week or two ago, I kind of adopted this new philosophy with Constellation where I'm going to leave one topic for myself, a mystery topic, just going in unplanned, sort of unweighted, unplugged, whatever you want to call it. The other two guys know the topics, but Jaffe usually offers 2 topics for us to pick from benevolently. So they know what topics are in the office.
I just do because I like the host to be able to, or whoever to be able to go. It's like pairing it with a wine. It's like we're talking about these 3. Which one of these goes better?
I love it.
So I'm a little torn right now because one of the topics, and I'll defer to Locke and Gene on this, but one of the topics I think dovetails very nicely into Gene's topic. But again, it might be too much of that kind of conversation. The other topic is totally nothing to do with what we've been talking about. So it's really, it's not, you guys tell me what the audience, some of the audience is probably like, keep going. And some of the audience like, shut the fuck up about this politics shit. So I have I don't want to make that call. I need somebody who has a 30,000 foot view of the meta of this thing.
Okay. All right. In that spirit, Locke and Gene, what do you think? Which one do you like better?
I'm reading them again right now. They're both awesome.
I love them both. Yeah. And
I think the second one is the one that you think is the one that ties into the rest of our conversation. Is that what you're talking about? Your second one?
Sure, I'm reading the second one.
Jaffe's never.
Sorry to the
yes,
audience.
Correct.
Keep you a mystery.
Yes, it's the second one. Is the one I think ties into sort of the whole. Where we.
It's tough. I actually like the first the conversation, but I'm actually interested in why you think the second one ties into the whole thing too. So and see where that goes. So I sorry to both sides it.
Okay.
Very Neil Druckmann of me to do so, but
pick one. Edit. Lockmort. Edit.
Okay. Well, I'll pick the second one then. Okay. The second one. Let's go.
All right, we're going number 2. And Jaffe, save the next one for you never offered a bad topic. Save it for the next one.
And then nice. I have an erection. Okay. My Ritalin just kicked in. I just took it a minute ago. It takes a little longer, but I think it's the awareness of what's coming to me soon.
Wait, do you just have a boner like while you're on podcasts?
No, never.
No?
Jaffe, that was
it depends on the podcast, I guess. I mean, hey, let's take a pause for a moment. Who would you have to be on a podcast with to get a boner automatically? I'm not shy about it. Belle Delphine. I don't care what people say about her in her bathwater. I think she's fucking hot, and I would fucking get a big pop of boner right there.
I completely forgot who Belle Delphine was.
That's the sound it makes when it happens, by the way. I've lost so many intimate moments with that. It's like, she's like, what just happened? Was that a cartoon? Nope, that was my penis.
What is happening right
But anyway, who would you have to be on a podcast with, Gene?
To get a boner?
Yeah.
I don't really get boners just by being around like a woman.
Okay, well, it could be a guy, whatever you're into. Okay.
Remember, I was raised in a strip club, so I was hanging out around naked women when I was 6 years old, and I thought like life just came with like naked women.
There's an alternate universe where that Gene Park became like the best rapper of all time. That's the best backstory for a rapper. I was raised in a strip club.
I've been trying, but yeah. So that definitely dulled my excitement level. So I just don't get.
Well, what do you do now? How do you get excited? Do you need like real hardcore shit?
No, I mean, I want to have a girl with me. I'm actually dating someone right now. She's a Trump
but you
supporter.
just said being. Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
How does that work?
The fun thing about her is that not only is she a Trump supporter, but she also doesn't believe in the moon landing.
It's like that Curb Your Enthusiasm when Larry David was having sex with the Palestinian woman, and she was like, wasn't she saying something like, fuck Israel? She made him say fuck Israel or something while he's fucking her and stuff.
Totally anti-Semitic.
Yeah. So I'm like, yes, Neil Armstrong is a fucking fraud.
That's right. MAGA baby, MAGA. Yeah, I'm almost there, Gene. Come on, let me score for you.
So I've never dated anyone who never believed. I've never actually met anyone who never believed in moon landing before. So I was very fascinated with her.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not a gimmick. This is for real.
No. Yeah. She really like. I thought it was a joke, and then we spent about an hour of her trying to convince me about it, and like by the end of it, I was like, okay, I can.
What is her number one reason she thinks the moon landing is faked? Don't tell me about the fucking flag flying.
Oh, no. Because, one of her prominent reasons is that she's wondering, this is obviously not Jaffe's topic yet right now.
Yeah.
One prominent reason is that she's wondering why the fuck we can't go to the moon right now. And we were able to do so 60 years ago, just fine.
We can go to the moon right now.
But now we're just not going to the moon now.
What's there to do there? I mean, we are going back. We're going back. They were just talking about it today. The astronauts actually did a podcast or a X Spaces or Twitter Spaces, but Japan just went. Russia just went. We're always going to the moon.
Yeah, look, you're not trying to convince me.
Call her, put her on the show. Put her on the show. She's not going to talk. She just won.
Be amazing,
like, sweetheart. What is happening, buddy?
Yeah,
what is happening?
But anyways, that's how I get off on women when I'm with them for real, and they're trying to sexually please me. Then that's when I get sexually excited.
It's got to be in the offing.
It's got to be like actual physical. Like, yes, I can look at porn and still like find excitement in that.
Okay,
but just being around a woman is not going to do anything for me. So,
but
even if she's naked, I'll just be like completely flaccid. Like, it doesn't matter.
Really? Interesting.
Nothing happens.
Like, so if there's a woman standing behind you right now, or in front of you, or sitting next to you, and she's naked, it won't do anything.
It's not going to do anything. I'll be like, I need you to do something to me for this to work.
Got it.
So.
How about you?
I can't just go off on sight and presence alone. So.
Lockmort, who do you got to be on a podcast with to get a boner?
Well, it's working right now, so you guys are doing a great job.
You just answered that question.
Nice, Dagan. No, Dagan's different because you're an animator. Who would you fuck? What cartoon character, if you had to have sex or your whole family would vanish into Marvel Snap stuff, Thanos Snap, so your wife would be like, just go ahead and do it. What cartoon character would you choose to have sex with?
That's a
Mrs.
tough
Jetson
one
for me.
I'll tell you the first one.
Did you say Mrs. Jetson?
One of the Jetsons, yeah. I mean, Judy when I was a kid, right? But
yeah, well,
but now it's.
I'd fuck Rosie, that fucking robot, all day long.
Rosie, the robot, yeah, no problem.
I would bend that robot over that flying car.
We're almost there, Jaffe. We're getting there.
I'm waiting. I'm dying for it. Kidding me? I thought what is it? Deus Ex Machina. I thought it was a porn movie. It was excellent.
I actually for a really good robot, I would actually have a boner too.
Fuck! I would fuck the shit out of a robot. I can't
Ava?
wait.
Oh,
any of the robots.
Oh man, I don't know.
I'd fuck Robbie the robot. I don't even swing that way. I'd fuck that. Where's the cartoon character, Dagan? Come on,
this could have been top. I mean, the first one that went on my mind really for Mystique, because it's before my time. Betty Boop. Right?
Oh, I thought you meant Mystique from the X-Men. I'm like,
oh no.
Fair.
And
then
you think of what's her name?
Fucking Daphne,
right?
Yeah. And fuck Daphne. These days they draw Thelma so hot. You seen the Daphne?
They
porn?
really do.
Holy shit!
Check out DeviantArt.
You goddamn right.
There's a lot of stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
fellas, my topic.
Let's go.
No, I'm reading this book. Here it is, right here, called "The Last Action Heroes." Right. It is a book all about the 70s and 80s and early 90s, kind of Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Chuck Norris, Bruce Willis, sort of that genre of movie, which I grew up with and loved, and sort of about how it came to prominence and how it kind of faded, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things that I was really fascinated, because I was a kid in the 80s, like I was born in 71. So, movies to me were a big deal and very influential in the 70s and, my whole life, but certainly in the 80s. And it talks about Rambo, First Blood Part 2. And I bring it up, and I don't want to belabor it because we've talked a lot about this kind of thing on Gene's topic, but it reminded me of when I was a kid and Reagan was president, and even though we were very liberal, progressive, like my parents voted for Carter, everybody laughed at us in the school, blah, blah, blah. But I remember the time being really fun, and I remember the 80s being really positive and sunshiny and blah, 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 blah. And there is, of course, a part of that. It's like, well, yeah, no matter, even if you're a kid born, you know, in a horrible situation, I mean, maybe not horrible, but, you know, in terms of a certain time period, you know, the kids in, you know, Dickens' time that were little street urchins probably have some nostalgia or something, right? So I'm sure that's a big part of it. But I know culturally, people, even looking back, what are we now, 40 years on, talk about the Reagan era and the 80s as this kind of real bright time in America. And so that's just kind of, so I had been going, you know, I look at how dark things seem to be right now in terms of culture and in terms of news and in terms of how divided we are. And I, of course, like a lot of people, hate it. And even in our entertainment, like I was watching Sony's State of Play yesterday, and I actually, unlike a lot of people, I thought it was pretty good. I was, you know, thought it was a good show. But regardless, everything thematically, it's like everything is so dark these days. It's all kind of like bloodborne environments and medieval shit with blood and sadness, and, you know, and movies are the same way, and TV is the same way. I mean, that's where we are right now, and art's a reflection of the culture we're in, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, I've been going, you know, I really miss looking at life through that filter of being somebody in the 80s. And part of it is, like I said, I know there's a big part of it, a meaningful part of it, that is because I was young and I was a kid and everything was safe. So whatever. But even I look at, like, you know, it's funny, Lockmort's on because he's funny, and because I was looking at, you know, the European news landscape, even though I didn't deal with any of it, I have nostalgia for the news coverage of some things that were probably horrible, you know, but I'm just trying to remember, like, some of them, I mean, not like the Live Aid stuff. There was nothing nostalgic about people starving, but it was like, you know, Margaret Thatcher and just a bunch of just shit like that. And anyway, so I'm reading this book, and it's getting into First Blood Part 2 and talking about how much Reagan liked that movie and this, that, and the other. And it got into stuff I had no idea about at the time, which was there were a lot of people that looked at Reagan and Rambo as this kind of pro-military, and, you know, it was very pro-America, anti-Brown. Anti-Brown. Well, Top Gun 2 is at least anti-Russian. You can kind of go, okay, well, maybe, whatever. Yeah, sure. But this was, it was a little racist, Rambo First Blood Part 2, and Reagan kind of going, you know, really kind of taking on the vernacular of it, and you know, and it was fun back then. You know, and now I read the book and I'm like, there were people in politics and in the media that were like, dude, you know, Iran-Contra, and you're doing all this awful stuff, and, you know, this is a terrible thing to be saying to kids. None of that ever hit me. But what it made me think of now is, okay, so maybe the 80s, while there were some good things, there's always going to be the shades of gray, right? There's always going to be, there's never a time that's actually the best of times. There's always going to be
when America was great again, right?
Right. And even though intellectually I would have arrived at that if I would have thought about it, it was sort of seeing where we are now, reading this in the book, which then got me thinking. It's like, okay, so then what is the job of somebody who is 53 years old, for myself, not for my kids and stuff, but for me to go, you know, you don't want to put your head in the sand, but you all, and go, none of this is happening. Right? Because ignorance is absolutely bliss. And I hate to say this because I'm not insulting conservatives. This is a study. But there's a study that came out recently that was like, conservatives tend to be happier than liberals. And they said, well, why? It's like most liberals there's a higher degree of liberals that have a higher education. And the more educated, not smarter, but the more educated you are, the more you know about things that are happening, and the harder it is to ignore them. And if you are ignoring them, or you just don't know them, so you're not ignoring them, you don't see the world gray as much. And so you can be more positive. And it's like, I want to feel more like the 80s felt in the way I see the world, but I also don't want to bury my head in the sand. But I don't know if that's sort of one of the tragedies of becoming an adult, which is the minute, like I said in the text, the minute you peek behind the curtain, it's you either consciously have to choose denial as an option, which is unhealthy and wrong and irresponsible, or maybe there is a balance. Maybe there is a way to go, all this is terrible. There's some awful things happening, but I'm still going to have some fucking fun and see the world through Technicolor glasses. So I'm struggling with that in this book. The Last Action Hero has brought it into focus. That's my topic, especially as it relates to what we were talking about, right? Which is shit's bad. It's undeniably bad, but I don't want to feel bad all the time about it. It's like, what a nice privilege, says the kid in Gaza running from a bomb right now. I mean, I know. That's my topic. I got nothing.
Yeah. I mean, that book sounds amazing. I want to read it.
I kind of want to read it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's not as deep as this conversation. It's more of a light. It's from the same guy who wrote a great book called Wild and Crazy Guys, all about the comedians from the 70s and 80s, like Caddyshack and all that shit. Cool. Yeah. Great book. So so it is a light, fun book, but he still gets into some of those topics. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, man. I mean, listen, for me, I'll give you my perspective. I need my nostalgia. Like, I'll take my rose-tinted glasses for sure. And it sounds like a lot of what you describe is interesting, Jaffe, because I loved growing up in the 80s. You know, I'm 50 now. The 80s was my wheelhouse in grade school, and it was all about toys and cartoons and playing outside with my friends. And really, it all boils down to eventually, right? Like, it's really just it's the joy of all those things, but it's really the lack of responsibility. That's what makes it amazing. Like the 80s, when you were an adult, it's interesting that you bring up something like Rambo, right? Because adults at that time, you could see what was behind the entertainment. You know, maybe it was a pro-war thing. You could tie it in with Reagan and the politics of the era.
If you were an adult, you mean?
If you were an adult in the 80s, looking at it from an adult perspective. So it's all about age and perspective, right? Because when I looked at Rambo as a kid, I had that Rambo poster on my wall. It was all about like explosive tip arrows and RPGs. Like that's what I was looking at.
Right.
It was fantasy violence. And it's interesting because, you know, I look at the 80s, especially the 80s now. It was a very, like, as insofar, I know it really was my wheelhouse for growing up. And so I'm particularly fond of it. But when you look at it from a pop culture, like an overarching pop culture perspective, you get the music, right? The movies, the fashion, TV, MTV, right? Video games. It was just this iconic period for enjoying these, even art. Like I think of Keith Haring and Koons and Basquiat. Like it has a very specific look, a very specific feel, a very specific warmth. And again, it's interesting that you tie it in, or the book ties it into Rambo, because that was a time for me. Rambo, I would say, like Gene said, Top Gun a little bit later, maybe earlier, you know, films like Cloak and Dagger, even things like Goonies. It was all like fantasy. That's when it was, and G.I. Joe and Transformers, it was fantasy violence. I started to lose, literally, it's all tied into TV and movies. I started to lose my innocence with the same kind of, not the same genre of film, but a different tone. Like it was the Vietnam movies that made me realize, okay, Platoon. When you're a kid, it's all bing, 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 and our modern 80s version of Cowboys and Indians, essentially, right? It was Apocalypse Now, Platoon, Hamburger Hill, Casualties of War. Like it was like the Vietnam movies that made me be like, okay, as a 10, 11, 12-year-old, everything I was kind of effing with earlier was like, oh, this is a serious thing. Yeah. So it's the same decade that I lost that innocence too. But it's the rose-tinted glasses is everything prior to that. Yeah. I'm just seeing everything as pure entertainment. You know, I didn't realize how violent Rambo was. I just saw him as the consummate action hero. That was like another version of Superman for us. Right. That sort of thing.
But even Top Gun is interesting because, like, I don't know about you, I'm tired of being mad at the other half of the country. You know, and I remember going to see Top Gun, and I was just as progressive then as I am now. But I was in Alabama. Most people in that theater would be voting for Trump this election. Right. And we were all cheering. We were all laughing. You know, I still have friends from that era. And I'm just like, and it kind of actually goes back to the algorithm too. It's just like, I'm so tired. And I don't mean this like I'm trying to make some speech that's inspiring. I'm literally exhausted. and I live on the internet. I mean, that's my job.
Right.
So I'm there all the time. So I know that it's amplified for me, but I'm so tired of it, man. I'm so tired of everybody just, you know, even Top Gun. I mean, I loved Maverick. I thought the new Top Gun was great, but I mean,
it was good.
You know, it's so rare to have that kind of, yeah, we disagree on things, but let's go fucking have some fucking fun.
Yeah. Escape. It's escape, right? It's just, sometimes you can enjoy a piece of fiction. You know what I mean? It's okay to, you know, I think that's very specific to when everybody here grew up. Like it was okay during that era to have, whether it was an action adventure thing or whether it was a teen rom-com, like the John Hughes films. Like it was an era where you could have those fantasies.
And I can still appreciate how racist Long Duck Dong is, or how I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. 16 Candles today, through a lens of just awake. I don't mean woke, but just somebody who's an adult who's conscious, is an incredibly offensive movie, but it's still a fun movie.
Yeah,
but, you know,
it's fucked up though.
Yeah,
it's fucked up.
A lot of John Hughes shows.
That's how we did Asian American Month back then. Wasn't good.
No,
it was a bad look for the country. Well, what do you guys say, Locke? I mean, what's your European perspective? You had, by that time, growing up, you're a decade younger than me, but you grew up with the pop culture largely of, you know, of the way of America.
US,
I mean, look at your background poster, right? There's Empire, best film ever made.
I see that Empire poster.
Yeah, exactly. Well, to your point just now, first of all, I think kids these days had that too up until a couple of years ago with the MCU. Which kind of got ruined now, but up until Endgame was fantastic for the same kind of stuff you guys just talked about, which is very important, I think. So I think kids growing up from 2010 until now had that same experience, maybe. But yeah, growing up in the 80s was, for me, it's like a different life right now. When I think back to that late 80s, early 90s for me, I remember having no worries, and I don't know what that is like anymore. Maybe that's tied to being a kid, but I also think it's tied to having just this overload of information constantly now. Like you have your phone, of course, you have the internet, you have your computer, you have your TV. If people everywhere constantly, there's constant information coming at you 24/7, and I'm just like Jaffe said, I'm so sick and exhausted of it. I know plenty of my friends after COVID who just couldn't handle it anymore, who just got really bad anxiety and just bad mental problems because of it. And I can feel it in myself too. Like now with the Russian threat that we're facing, it's just constant negative news that's being dumped on you, and you just have to deal with it. That's the point that people have to deal with these days, which is horrible because it didn't used to be that way. I don't know how it was for my parents in the 80s and in the 90s, but I remember my parents being very happy all the time. It probably wasn't the case, of course, but I don't think they were depressed back then. I don't think they were very unhappy. I remember my dad always smiling, cracking jokes, my mom always being happy. There was never talk of war when I was a kid, never, ever. I grew up with like Boy Meets World and Full House and Step by Step, probably, well, maybe a little bit after you guys' time, maybe. But I love those shows, or Seinfeld, or Friends, or The Simpsons. The Simpsons was my favorite show forever. It still is. Well, maybe not anymore, but it used to be my favorite show of all time. And all those shows also had like politics in them, or like jokes about the news, but they were just fun. They were just poking fun. And these days, that doesn't really exist anymore. Everything has to be so mean. Everything has to be so pointed. Like you see my poster back there. I love The Boys. I think that's a great show. But The Boys is also full of like Trump references, or AOC references, or woke or not woke. And it's always pitting one side against the other, which is true. That's really exhausting. And I think the major issue is that I don't know how to get out of it anymore. Like I'm at an age now where I can't pretend to be a kid anymore. I can't pretend to be like I have to be the adult now, and I don't know how, which is a problem, I think. Like I don't know what advice to give young people, or I don't know how to tell them to be happy, because a lot of the young kids aren't happy anymore, and I don't know what to tell them. Just throw away your phone, I guess. Stop looking at the internet. But the 80s and the 90s didn't used to be that way. We would just go outside and just come back when the sun was going down. It's so easy. It's so simple, which is where happiness is, I guess, in simplicity.
Well, or ignorance, and not ignorance being bliss. I mean, you know, I'm sure there were kids who were growing up in a much different situation that would not agree.
Of course.
And that's the problem is now that we know there were kids growing up in a situation like that, it's hard to be.
Yeah, the true.
But I hate that. You know, I want to be the guy in the Matrix that just eats the steak and says, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm eating the steak.
I totally understand that.
And
Locke, what you say too, dude, like there's something really interesting about that whole thing with like back in the day when we were growing up, we were watching TV or movies or whatever it was. You had a message in there, had a commentary of some kind. It was elegantly woven in. Now many things are so heavy handed, hitting you over the head with it. It almost seems like the point of the whole content. And I think also like today, I have a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old. I think, and I mentioned in an earlier topic, like for myself, pining for more analog times. And I think that's because I realize now with the advent of social media, everything being at our fingertips, everybody has this computer in their pocket. It's great in some sense, but you have to make a real effort to distance yourself from it. You know what I mean? And to really kind of balance it and moderate it for not even just for your kids, but for yourself. You know what I mean? So having the wherewithal to be able to just keep it at arm's length is difficult for us because of the convenience, because of the constant entertainment quality and, you know, the scroll and, you know, the feed and all that kind of thing.
But what about, see, this is the thing though. It's like my kids are 20 and 18, right? And I already see their nostalgia for early YouTube and memes, you know. There's that part we have to just sort of chalk up to that's just aging. Everybody's going to, you know, love their childhood times because your brain was open to receiving things in a way, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But to me, what is the real question is, can you as an adult, once you know better, is that just a curse of being an adult? Or is there a way to say, I can respect the reality of this world and I'm not hiding from it. And there's some awful shit, but I want to not be consumed by that. And I miss feeling less oppressed by all of this negativity.
Yeah. I think it can be negative. Even when the content that you're ingesting, this is an interesting thing for me. I find, I'm not as into it or as immersed in social media, let's say, as a lot of people are. But even for myself, scrolling through Instagram every other morning or something, even though I'm largely not looking at quote unquote negative content, it still gives me, I think it's the pace or the amount that I'm ingesting so quickly. Something about it is giving me anxiety. You know, back in the day, I could chalk it up to, well, you're watching, you know, Israel Hamas, or you're looking at a bunch of art of artists that you envy and you wish you were that good. Or I could chalk it up to a specific reason. Now it's not even that. I think it's just the frequency. I think it seems a little bit thoughtless when you get into a habit of just like, let me start scrolling. And I'm like Gene, I have very diverse interests. I like rap music. I like cars. I like skateboarding. I like art. You know, I like literature. Like, it's just like, I like baseball. Like, it's just, it's a frenzy almost. I don't think it's good for people to be on this such a broad bandwidth all the time. You know, you have to be more dialed in, you know? And I think, I never really thought I was like an ADHD dude, but I think I've become one more. I don't think I've ever had those habits before or those tendencies until I started like really delving into social media a lot more. And then I realized, like, I think this is making, Colin talks about this a lot, like not having the attention span to watch a movie without also playing a game. It's not quite that bad for me, but I find I get very antsy if it's not a 20-minute YouTube video and I have to watch a feature film for knockback or something. You know what I mean? Like my bandwidth has changed with the advent of social media. So I can only imagine what it's doing to kids that just grew up with that. You know, they didn't know it any other way. It's very interesting. I get very concerned for my kids with it because I know it's how they grew up and it's normal for them and it's normal for everybody, you know, that's their age, that they're for their contemporaries, you know, their friends, their schoolmates, people on their sports teams, whatever. But I do get very concerned for it because I'm not sure it's the most healthy thing, even though it's all they know.
it's not dissimilar to Clockwork Orange, right? Where they pried his eyes open and just made him watch constant content. It was TikTok back in the 70s, right? I mean,
that's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
But now that it's the ease of, every kid has one. I mean, I don't know what the age is anymore. I remember when my daughter was, did I ever tell you guys this story? My daughter she was born in 2007. She's 17 now. It was her 5th birthday party. And was it her 5th birthday party? I want to say it was her 5th birthday party. And she had let's say 9 of her little friends over, all girls. And 7 of them came with their little iPads. I think it was the first or second year iPads were out. 7 of them came. Not only did 7 of them have iPads, but 7 of them came to the 2-hour party with their iPads. And I was like, and this was before she had one.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that's when I saw the media thing in the offing, which would become their cell phones. My son was born a few years later. When he got of a certain age, I think by the time he was in, let's say it was 5th grade.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, every single kid had a cell phone.
Yeah.
So their journey had begun with that. And it's not just having that tool, it's really access to the social media. As Jaffe would tell you as a dad too.
I don't think the tool is bad. I think kids will evolve, just like, there were people who would probably look at us and go, you guys had TV channels and movies and, I think it's about maybe the content or the lack of regulation on the content. There's a great book ages ago, in the early 2000s, about the Reagan, what is it called? Not organization, the Reagan presidency, whatever. And they did a lot to deregulate kids' TV in the 80s. And it's not so much that every TV show needs a, G.I. Joe knowing is half the battle, but it became okay to just be about advertising toys and just making money. And it no longer looked at like a public service. And in that, the content, I'm not saying the cartoons got worse, but I guess what I'm saying is with social media, there's no real regulation on the fire hose, and for kids at least. And in that, I think that's the damage, not the fact that they're being exposed to a fire hose. It's sort of what's the water coming out of it, all the time is really bad for you. It's it's all negative for the most part, or all sensational for the most part. China, look, as much as the good thing about China and I'm not saying I want to go to China, and I'm not saying I don't want to have the freedoms we have, but China has too limited freedom. And I would say my brother would argue with me all day long on this, but I think America, as much as I believe in the experiment, I don't think we're evolved enough to have the level of freedom that we have in the sense of things like lack of regulation. Europe's at least better. Europe has better consumer protections. They have, even though I don't agree there should be hate speech, at least there's there's a sense that somebody's looking out for the people in a lot of the European laws. In America, all that's been stripped away. And so I just think this is the result. There's some people getting really rich off of it, but we're fucking, it's like Aaron Brockovich. We're drinking this fucking poison water. It's terrible, man. It's terrible. I hate it.
Yeah. And the only thing regulating it, I think, the only thing regulating the amount of it is the money. Like Netflix had to reel it in because they realized over COVID, they were spending so much money on just creating endless amounts of content that after a certain point, it was like there was so much content that no person could possibly watch all of it.
Sure.
Yeah. But, I mean, spending millions of billions of dollars on stuff.
Yeah, it's like Last Stand Media. I get anxiety every time I get a goddamn email from you guys. I'm like, shit, I'm not going to watch all this. Colin's like, you don't have to watch all of them. I'm like, yes, I do. Shut up, Colin. Getting my money's worth from that Patreon. God damn it.
But it also makes so that kids don't have patience anymore, I think. Because when you were a kid, you could look forward to things, but now everything is just a button away. Like you can watch any movie, play every game, do everything in a second. So if somebody tells
bored
you
of the conversation, they stick to the goddamn thing.
I wanted to get his perspective because age-wise, he's in between Jaffe and I and Locke.
But you're right. I mean, patience is important. I think, I mean, it's also nice to have things at the touch of the finger. I mean, there's also value there, but
Gene, what do you think about this? Because I was just saying to Jaffe and Locke, you're age-wise, you're in between Locke and me and Jaffe. So you have but I feel like
I'm pretty much where Locke is, 40, 42,
Right.
Oh,
okay. All right. So yeah, you guys are really
pretty
close,
parallel.
like me and Jaffe.
Nice. I'm a slightly older brother, but yeah.
You're one of those millennials that really could be a Gen Xer.
That's the thing. I'm right at the cusp of Gen X. I'm the eldest elder millennial.
Yes. Yeah. Because what are you guys? 80?
It's either 80 or 81.
Okay.
So I'm either at the cusp or like just right there, So I'm kind of like in between like Gen X, your generation, and basically millennials who I hate. I've always hated our generation. We haven't produced anyone. Our most successful millennials
Taylor
are Mark
Swift?
Zuckerberg?
Yeah.
Taylor
And
Swift? Taylor
like
Swift, come
Tiffany
on.
Trump,
Okay, no one's nodding when I say Taylor Swift over and over. I understand.
Wait, who are you saying?
Oh, Taylor Swift too. Yeah.
Taylor
Taylor Swift too. Drake and Kendrick Lamar would count too.
That's true.
Kanye, he's out of his fucking mind, but he used to be
Kanye's Gen X. He's
Gen X?
40. Yeah, he's like 45. So he's solidly Gen X.
He's Gen X, yeah.
Yeah, he did call himself a millennial. He did declare on the stage of the MTV Music Awards, "We're the millennials, bruh," and everyone's like, "No, you're not, dude."
But he was born in like 76.
He was born. Yeah, he's solidly
like
Gen
that.
X. Like he's still fairly young Gen X, but he's solidly
close.
This is an interesting topic because like when I think about the 80s, I grew up just like Locke as a child in the 80s, so I was very like I was raised in cartoons and everything. I remember you guys were talking about like lessons in cartoons. Sonic the Hedgehog told people not to rape people. He would be considered woke now.
I would be a rapist if it wasn't for Sonic.
Exactly.
I was going to rape the shit out of people, and then Sonic comes on. Like, well, I'm glad I saw that cartoon.
See,
I was about to start the raping.
It's like lines like that, Jaffe, that people will take, and then that's why you're not you wouldn't be on the IGN creators list.
And guess what? Fuck you, you ignorant piece of shit. God, if you're so stupid, you think I'm.
Yeah, but yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog told us, if they don't want to be touched, and that's no good, So, we were raised on those morals, Obviously, G.I. Joe, knowledge is power. Colin knows all about that too. But for me, when I think about the 80s, I think about how people were just in the clubs. This is when dancing was and clubs were new. It was a new concept to go into a bar and go onto the dance floor and then dance with strangers and do all kinds of drugs. And just listen to all this dance music and be hedonistic, right?
I'll let Studio 54 know that they got it wrong. I mean, there's been a lot
disco,
of that for
right?
a long
Disco.
time.
Well, yeah, I mean, disco never died. Disco was really the start of it, right?
No, I mean, juke joints. I mean, there's always been clubs and drugs and dancing, but I know what you mean, though. It was
but not at the level that after like the birth of hip hop and like disco and electronic music, Kraftwerk, and
Crush Groove, Crush Groove, Sheely,
yeah. But then I think about that, and it's like I did have my own 80s. It was the early 2000s. You look at the music that was playing in 2009 when I was 28 years old, and I was a cokehead in the clubs, and we had Lady Gaga, we had Black Eyed Peas, that was a song where it's I got a feeling.
Oh my god!
Early great music.
Tonight's gonna be a good night.
Yeah,
like shit like that. Lady Gaga was playing. So it was definitely a period of this is where pop music really started to grow into its own.
Katy Perry was at her height at the time.
Katy Perry, she's like 40 something now too.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well, Britney Spears and Beyonce is my age. She's 42. A lot of people forget that because she looks amazing still. For many reasons. But yeah, I think about that, and I remember, this was post 9/11. This is post like paranoia, where we thought that getting on the plane would kill us and everything. But I still was able to enjoy life, watch a ton of movies. Watch Superbad and love that movie.
Oh my god!
Okay, so you were 28, right?
Yeah, I was in my 20s in the early 2000s. So from 2000 to 2000, 2013, I would say was like my good, like my 80s. So it was like
So
from
what
like
happened?
20 to 30,
Now
right?
your 20s.
What
Okay.
occurred? Was it just aging out? Like what occurred in 2012 that made you no longer feel that way?
I got arrested for drunk driving twice. And then so I was like, you know what? I think I could calm down my lifestyle a bit, especially if I'm getting arrested twice and I still can't stop.
So you basically, reality dawned on you, whether it was because of adulthood or circumstances, where you said you can't live like a kid forever.
It's exactly what Locke said. Yeah, it's like I can't live like a child forever. And I look around the clubs and I see men who are like 50 or 40, our age, basically.
Oh, sure.
And they're still in the clubs.
Absolutely.
And they're still trying to hit on 20-year-old girls. And then I'm hanging out with them because I'm trying to hit on 20-year-old girls, right? But I was 20 something. What was their excuse? They were married.
Wow.
So, you need an excuse to hit on 20-year-old girls. Hang on, I got to make a note.
That is a thing. Gene, I was just looking. I thought you were trolling me. This Sonic, I had to type this into Google, so my algorithm's going to be fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Sonic rape PSA.
Your Google. Wow,
this is a real
Google
thing.
Is forever fucked.
Oh, yeah. Sonic says sexual harassment is no good. It's that really off-model Sonic cartoon from, well, these YouTube clips are from 2006.
What was the girl's name on that? The cartoon, the female Sonic. She's
what's her name?
I don't know, but Amy Rose is the girl Sonic.
Amy Rose.
Well, okay, so yeah, he would touch her in the no square in the PSA, and all the rings would come out, and it would be like, no good.
Where was it going with this?
Is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, I mean that's just how I feel like when I think about the 80s. I've been a journalist the entire time. I cover video games now, right? Happy stuff. I'm working on a really happy story that I was telling Dagan about earlier too. But I have covered mostly murder and mayhem. I've seen more dead bodies, more freshly murdered bodies than anyone has any right to. I've seen all kinds of dead bodies, old people, young kids, daughters, sons, whatever, pregnant people, infants, whatever, all corpses, right? Most miserable time of my life. And no wonder why I'll get off work and just like do rails of coke and just like get so drunk.
It was like therapy.
I was so depressed, and I didn't seek therapy at all. So I wasn't on any kind of medication besides drugs. But obviously I was surrounded by all this heavy shit, and I was trying to block it out, and I was able to live with that. But I was always living in some kind of darkness, whatever. Right now, I'm much more sober. My head is clear. My judgment is clear. Still surrounded by a lot of awful shit. So but my solace now are video games and my cat right here.
So the takeaway is then that life is often bleak, and you gotta find the escape hatches when you can, but not stay in the escape pod. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we're not raised like this. We're not raised to have adversity the whole time. We're raised in homes with mothers, ideally, right?
Yeah.
With mothers and a family and a good education and a society where bombs aren't dropping on us all the time. So we're not used to that kind of adversity. So I think we should be able to. It's not our fucking fault that we were born into this situation too, right? And we should be grateful that we're in a society that lets us podcast, and just hang out and just talk shit, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to not being able to do that. So you can't just like burden yourself all day. We talk about the internet too, and Dagan was talking about all the information overload. Like, our human brains are not meant to have this much information. It's crazy that we have like the world, like every historical record accessible in our phone, in our pockets all the time. It's insane to try to manage all that. So, like for me, some people, I look on Twitter and I'm I'm not making fun of social justice warriors, but there's so many people always talking about social justice online and everything. And then they're talking about this thing, and they're talking about like defending, disabled people and black people and women and trans people and people in Gaza. And it's like, what you need to understand as you get older is that you really need to pick your battles, man, because you're not going to be able, you can't do it all. You're not going to be able to solve it all. It is a collective effort, and that's why, like, you know, a lot of people think activism is just like, oh, just doing this and doing that. It's like, no, it is a long, arduous process. That's why progressive politics takes forever. You know, I think the Obama years were kind of like the 80s, right? Where people thought where things were okay. They were not. Obama was doing terrible shit too. He was bombing the shit out of countries, right? Yeah. But a lot of people just kind of stayed ignorant to that, you know.
Yeah, in the beginning, it felt like that. It's a good point.
Sure, it sure did. The Hopi changey stuff, yep. You know. I voted for Obama too. I felt like, oh man, is this a new era of politics? No, it wasn't at all. It wasn't at all. Right? No. But I sure felt that way for a little bit, and I think that kind of optimism felt a little bit familiar to what I imagine what things might have been after like JFK was elected, or you know, like maybe even Reagan, because Reagan was quite popular, right? So I mean, that's kind of where I take it, where it's like I feel like, you know, people our age, we did have our own like life like that, and yeah, we can't. We're not trained to care about the world's problems. That's we're not that smart. We're simple people. So, you know, it's a good idea to just pick your battles and go from there. You know?
We're tasked with that now. Like we have bandwidth, and we have only so many things to fit inside. You know, so we have to. Gene, there's one question I want to ask you. It's loosely connected, but I think about this a lot with you, partly because I'm fascinated with journalism. When you were younger, and you seem to be, just from knowing you and having so many conversations with you now, you had this very, to me, Hunter Thompson, living fast type thing, where you were partying and you were professional journalism, and you obviously
idol, Hunter Thompson, William Burroughs. I modeled a lot of my life after them.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Completely.
How that? Yeah. Okay. So
is that? Oh, totally. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's really, because Gene was saying, and I never really think about this, although I had a dad with a similar job in that he saw a lot of shit. You know, and he was a New York City firefighter, burning people out of buildings all night long. It's the same type of thing, dealing with atrocities. How did he deal with it? What was cathartic for him? Therapeutic, that type of thing. And for him, he never stopped moving. He was just a workaholic. If he stopped to digest it, it would just catch up with him. So he constantly ran. You know, and Gene, I never think of that having to, you know, the therapy of having a job like that, because my job is so different and so luxurious comparatively, you know.
A lot of writers and a lot of journalists do turn to drinking. I guess maybe that's why.
A lot of them do. A lot of us do. You know, some who cover politics, because covering politics is also hell too. You know,
that's gotta be hard.
I've been there too.
I don't believe you. I watch Girls on the Bus on Max, and I think that looks like a delightful time. That's a great show, by the way.
I don't know.
Totally bullshit. It's with Melissa.
But yeah,
Benoist.
I mean, like my background in journalism is much different than a lot of people, because, you know, some people will be like, oh, I'm a science journalist, or I'm a games journalist, you know, and it's like, yeah, but you know, you've never covered a murder scene before. You never had to face down a murderer in trial, and him staring at you and being like, I fucking hate you because you put my name in the newspaper, you know.
That's heavy.
I've had a shotgun pulled on me, you know. So and then I go home and drink, you know. I'm like, whoa, that was a fucking day, you know.
Yeah. Whoa. Can't blame you for that, dude. That's
what's the worst situation you've ever been in like that?
This one?
Getting the shotgun pulled on me was scary. I expected something. I expected hostility, because I was going to a neighborhood that I knew was not going to be favorable to a reporter just showing up. You know what let him drop the shotgun? Because he wanted to shoot me because I was from the media. I brought a 6-pack of beer.
No way.
Yeah, I was armed with beer. I was ready, and I was ready to go. And I was like, dude, I got beer. I'm sorry. I know I'm bothering you. So here's a little gift, and maybe we could just sit down and chat. And that's what we did, you know?
Wow.
Nice. Cool.
The most horrible thing, there was one where I wasn't there, but I had to listen to the phone call of a small boy who died on the phone after his father stabbed him in the neck as he was trying to kill his wife, or his own mom / the father's wife.
Wow.
Because the guy went off into the military. He went out in service in Iraq or whatever, Afghanistan. Came back, found out that his wife had cheated on him and was pregnant with someone else's baby.
Holy shit!
So
And the kid was trying to defend her.
So he tried to stab the baby in the womb, killed the mom, God. And then the son tried to stop the dad, and then dad stabbed the son, and then basically the whole house was dead, and the dad was outside just crying.
Oh my
so
God!
I had to listen to that, and that fucked me up. To this day, that was like 15 years ago. It still fucked me up. The worst day though was when I was covering a murder where this guy beat his girlfriend out in the street with a shotgun. Didn't shoot her, beat her in the face with a shotgun, and the entire neighborhood watched because nobody wanted to fuck with the guy. He had a shotgun and it was loaded, and people only stopped him when they realized the shotgun broke into her face. And then,
and fellas, that's Gene Park with a ray of sunshine here on Constellation.
Yeah, you want to talk about dark, and then their own son had to watch him do it. So I had to interview the son, and go to the aftermath of this horrible tragedy, and then I get a phone call that an infant child was thrown onto the freeway.
Come on, dude.
So I have to leave this crying kid who's telling me how much he hates his own father because of what he did to his family. And I'm like, are we sure it's a real kid, not like an infant like doll or baby doll? It's like, no, it's a child. It hit a car.
Separate incident,
completely separate, in a completely different part of town on the freeway. So I was like, okay, well, I'll go do that. And then so there was on the freeway with baby pieces all over the road, and I'm just like, wow, this fucking day.
This is like the bad place.
It was only 10 a.m. by that point,
dude. That's right? See, journalists should be protected from seeing that stuff. It's not like you're a first responder. You're not an EMT or a firefighter or even a cop. Like you should be protected from the actual visceral scene.
How are we going to know about it?
I actually did write that we just don't get, in small papers, we don't get any mental health help, all my boss did was, all right, just shake it off, go home, Wow. And it's like, well, I really could have used, so I had the Washington Post because the Post is a place with a lot of resources. They do offer that quite a bit. So, we obviously have people who are in Gaza right now, or in Ukraine, and they're seeing the devastation.
Sure.
So we try to take care of people as much as we can.
Okay.
But in smaller papers, when I was in Guam doing this, or even Hawaii, the only medicine I had was Bud Light and whiskey.
What was the motivation for you to do it though? Like, why would you keep doing that? Was it a responsibility thing to report the news, or
no? Because it was the only job I had. That's it.
Okay.
I keep telling people over and over again, I never wanted to do any of this shit. I wanted to cover music,
Right.
I wanted to cover hip hop. I wanted to cover rap. I wanted to cover rock and roll.
Before,
I wanted to work at Rolling Stone magazine.
Sure.
You wanted to be the kid in Almost Famous.
Yeah, exactly. I literally, you're right. I always cite Almost Famous and Cameron Crowe as a huge inspiration on me.
You made it. You're in Rolling Stone this month, right?
They wrote about me. So that's cool. Amazing, right?
That's awesome.
Very cool.
How cool is that? For everybody that doesn't know, Gene's got an article in Rolling Stone.
Well, article about him. That's
about
him. It's not he didn't write it. They're like Gene's the shit.
How crazy is that?
So that was amazing. But the only reason I wrote about it is because what am I going to do? Be a games journalist? I can't work for IGN. IGN is never going to hire me. Who the fuck do I think I am? Colin Moriarty? No.
Right.
Look at you now. Look at you now, Gene. Where were you?
You're all grows up, Gene. You're all grows up.
Where were you in the actual 80s? Were you in Hawaii at that time?
I was in Guam.
You were in Guam in the 80s. Okay.
Yeah, I was at a strip club. I was at a strip club as a 6-7-year-old.
I was going to say, that was 40 years ago. Good God Almighty! Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I was in an 80s strip club. So I was listening to Michael Jackson and like Sade and all that stuff.
Nice.
And that was my exposure. And so they had really good cheeseburgers at the strip club. So every day after school, I would go because my best friend's mom owned a strip club.
Did the dancers like, what is this kid doing here? This is creepy, or they didn't care? They liked you.
They took care of us.
They took care of you, right?
Yeah, they're like what's up,
I'll say.
They're like, "What's up, honey? How are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm good." So I literally grew up with my head in like a naked woman's lap. I'm just telling them about school, And they're like brushing my hair, and like their titties are just like hanging above my face, and I'm just like, yeah. Fucking Kevin was a real asshole at school today, and like it was great. Yeah.
Gene, somebody's got to tell your story. Like if Matthew Weiner found out about Gene before he started up Mad Men, would any of us cared about Don Draper? Gene's like 10 times more interesting than Donald.
See, here's the thing. Like remember the show Tiger King?
Yeah,
Netflix?
of course.
Oh yeah,
God,
I fucking hated that show.
I didn't like it that much.
Yeah, you know, I was so upset at the discourse around it because everyone was like, "Ooh, look at these weird people!
Yeah,
Fucking Tiger King, they're so wacky. I've never met anyone like this." And I watched Tiger King, and I'm like, "These are the most boring people I've ever met. Like, there's nothing interesting about them." Yeah. Oh my god, like her fucking arm got bitten by a tiger, and now she has no arm. Yeah, that's what happens when you fucking take care of a tiger, dumbass.
It's predictable.
There's nothing weird about that. That's just what happens when you fucking deal with tigers, you know? That's not a weird incident. Oh my god, I can't believe that happened, you know?
There's
no choice behind that. There's no agency behind any of this, you know? And then they have some weird sex club. You know what? Me too. So
Fidelio.
So that's why, like when I said, like, yeah, these people are boring. They're like, what kind of life you live? I'm like, well, this is my life. This is my life. And people are like, oh, okay, I see why you think these people are boring. I'm like, yeah. You know, these are not fascinating people, you know.
But this was a conscious Hunter Thompson desire, right? You were going,
well, if you just grow up around a lot of weird poor people, and you'll find plenty of those, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Gene, we need to title your documentary series. I think we could go seasons with this and then work backwards. We could kind of deconstruct and just kind of see how we're gonna orchestrate.
I've been wanting to write a book about my life, but also like interrogate it journalistically, because one of my favorite writers who did die at the New York Times, his name's escaping me for it now, but he wrote a book called A Night of the Gun. And he also struggled with his own. He was the guy who
was he the coke addict who was in the documentary?
I have that book.
Yeah. He was a coke addict. He was a heroin addict.
That's a great documentary about him in the New York Times. What was that called?
David Carr. Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So he was a coke addict, dope addict. He went around like pointing guns at his friends and everything like that. And so David Carr, New York Times, who rest in peace, like he is the guy who made me open up about my own struggles. I'm like, if that guy can work at the New York Times and talk about how he was addicted to crack, then I can work at the Washington Post and talk about how I used to smoke meth and I was.
That's awesome, dude.
You know?
Cool.
So.
Well, your transparency with all that and the fact that you talk about it openly and honestly is awesome. I mean, I'm blown away by it. But now I have a little backstory as to part of the reason why. And it's really eye-opening for me to get that perspective of journalism, because I never think about it like that. I'm so ignorant to what it really involves. Mm-hmm. And that's fascinating. You know, that's hard work.
Yeah. And Guam, the reason why I saw so many fresh bodies is because Guam and Hawaii are just very small. So like I was responding like a first responder. Most journalists don't, you know, especially in big cities. You might hear about the incident a couple of hours later and the bodies are just gone, right? No, it'd be 1 a.m. and then the cops would call me and like, hey, the murder just happened. And then I would get there in like 15 minutes. And
where did you report in Hawaii? Which island were you on?
Oahu, Honolulu.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So you didn't, I would imagine there's like, if you're reporting in Maui, there's a lot of tourist bodies that fall off cliffs, right? I mean, what's the number one reason you'll see a dead body in Honolulu is probably just murder, right? Homicide?
Murder and car accidents. A lot of car accidents. A lot of traffic accidents. So I covered a lot of that. That was fucked up. So.
How do you get over? Did you? I assume you went to therapy to help you cope with it?
I've been to therapy. I talked about it. I don't know how much it helped, but that time and just being away from it, and also like the drugs and alcohol did help. You know, to be quite clear, it did help me move, and you know I'm still here. You know, barely, but yeah.
Now, what was everybody's, Jaffe? I'm assuming your first console that you were largely into was Atari, right? You're a little older than
I had one a little before that my dad brought home that I didn't even remember the name of it, but I went to Tommy Tallarico's house about 4 years ago when he was getting the Amico going.
Oh, no way.
Such a collector, and he actually had one. It was this triangle system called, I don't even remember, and on one side of the triangle was a steering wheel, like on the hardware, and then you rotated the triangle, and there were knobs like Pong, and you rotate it one more time, and there was a gun. And so every time they would release a game cartridge, it was in the shape of a triangle, and there were 3 games on it, and each did the wheel, the gun, and the whatever. But the one that really, was, I mean, the Atari 2600 was the one that really fired my imagination. I'm sure you've seen this, The Art of Atari.
Oh, dude, I don't think I have seen that book.
It's just all the box art and the story behind all the beautiful box art from Atari.
Way.
Yeah, that's that guy.
Legendary box art.
Yeah, I mean, it's just look at that circus. Come on, man, it's great.
But
anyway, I was a big Atari guy.
And did I just read that Atari bought Intellivision? Did I read that correctly? Right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, that just happened.
They just bought Intellivision. Yeah,
that's incredible. I
mean,
I don't know what it means.
I love that Atari is trying to make a comeback. I love what they're doing, but and I saw the ESA just put out their yearly here's the stats for video games, and it's talking about, the age of gamers not just getting older, but more and more there's a bigger gap now, like 5-year-olds now to like 62-year-olds are a big gaming quadrant now or demographic now. So maybe it makes sense that they want to go back and get all those ownership. Short of that, though, other than just like a nostalgia play, I'm like, what do you want with Intellivision? Astro Smash, really?
Right.
So I actually spoke with Wade Rosen, the CEO of Atari now. This is supposed to be for a story, but I'll talk about it a little bit here. But he talks a little bit about how he's positioning Atari to be the retro video game company. So how companies, not limited run, right? But like something more like a vinyl a retailer, right?
Okay.
Or vintage shoes or something like that. So he sees video games. Video games aren't going anywhere. Obviously, vinyls are making a big comeback. So
great example.
He doesn't see Atari as becoming some corporate behemoth. They're actually a fairly small company still. They have less than 100 employees.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so they're a small business. They're technically, they're an American small business, not a huge conglomerate. And so buying Intellivision must have been one pretty cheap. I don't know how much it was.
Oh yeah, I mean, really, yeah. How much would that have been?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Like we could have bought it, And then too, like he is definitely positioning Atari to, like you said, Jeff, the older demographic to kind of appeal to this nostalgia play of people growing up or people who never was in the era and might be interested in
their best acquisition so far.
The retro rebound.
Digital Eclipse does amazing fucking work in the retro space.
Loved them. Yeah,
and they started, I don't know if you've played any of their single screen originals, but that's a whole, here's your next story, Gene. Here's what I want you to write about. But the whole,
I wrote about Digital Eclipse. I covered.
Yeah, not them. I mean, write about them if you want. I don't give a fuck. But here's the story, Gene. Here's the lead. See, but there's this whole sub genre of single screen games, and it's not massive, but like you can get them on Steam. Digital Eclipse makes like 4 of them a year, and so there actually are video games still being made today that they might have like 5 or 6 different screens, but they're all like Donkey Kong if they're like that. So you have to complete screen 1, and so it's so cool to play modern games that are with those not just limitations, but where it's almost like you as a designer and a player, it's like you don't have all this stuff to prop your game up. There's no cutscenes, there's no this, it's just a screen and a couple of play mechanics, and does it engage you? And there are some amazing games in that subgenre. If you ever want, I'll send you some links on Steam to them if you're curious, but it's a really neat subgenre or subgenre that I wish more people were aware of. So anyway.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, actually.
1,000 words by 2:00, Gene. I'll put your name in the pot.
Do your best, J. Jonah Jameson. Now, Locke, what about you? And Gene, I'm assuming was the NES for you guys? That was the inception?
I actually had an Atari. So I'm old enough to. I played Sword Quest and Yar's Revenge.
Oh my gosh!
Like Yar's Revenge and of course the original Pac-Man and God knows how long. And then my grandma came home with a Super Famicom straight from Japan.
Neat. My life was changed. Okay. Oh, so you jumped over the NES. You went right from Atari to Super Famicom.
Oh, not Super Famicom, the regular Famicom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I got a regular NES because I realized, because my grandma didn't realize that it wouldn't work in the US. So,
that's so cool, dude.
I used to walk around the conventions and see people, like when I was just in the business, and see people with real small little stands at Comic-Con selling some Atari games. I'm like, and I should have fucking known. I mean, I would just be rolling in the goddamn dough. I just never, because I was always like, oh, comic books, I got to get #1 issue. It's like, dude, no, save your Atari shit. Save your ColecoVision shit. That's the
best.
I still have my Atari cartridges. You know, they're still in the box.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow, cool.
So cool. That was such a great era. And Gene, you were probably introduced to the Atari during the discount era where they were just rolling cartridges out like $1, a buck a piece.
Yeah, I literally had a whole like crate full of Atari cartridges.
Wow.
I didn't play like all of them, but we got them all like on bulk. I don't know how much they were, but
deeply discounted.
It was definitely heavily discounted.
Video game crash. Locke, same thing. I mean, over there in Europe might have been a little.
You were Commodore and the Z, right? Wasn't it?
We had the Commodore 64. That's what I grew up with.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have. My friends had consoles.
64 bits already.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's a cool computer, man. I love.
I always wanted one.
Yeah.
Always wanted one.
It had like the cool cassette tapes you had to insert and.
That would explain your heavy PC game background, Locke, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And also, actually, that explains so much about Europe too. Actually, because so many Europeans are like really, really like so much of their history is in PC gaming. You know.
Yeah. We didn't really. Well, a couple of my friends had consoles, but they weren't really that big here. Like I remember all my friends
weren't that big.
I think the first really big one here was like the Game Boy. Like that wasn't even a console. That was a handheld, of course. So that one was really big here, and then of course PlayStation after that. But like the SNES and the NES were big, but they weren't that big. Most of my friends played on Commodore just like I did.
Wow.
Was Dungeons and Dragons like the analog game big in Europe or not really?
You mean like the board game?
The role playing?
Oh yeah, dude.
That was
big? Yeah. Hell yeah, that was huge. Yeah, I loved playing that as a kid. Yeah, that was huge.
You played that as a kid. Wow, that's so. Locke, what was your first non-PC console outside of outside of computer gaming?
I guess the Game Boy.
Okay.
Does that count as a console?
Sure.
Well, if it's not the Game Boy, then it was the PS1, which I bought when I was like 16 myself. We also, I grew up pretty poor, so we didn't have a lot of money. So we just, whatever my grandma gave us, that was the computer we had. So. Game Boy. I guess I had a Game Boy with one game. I think Super Mario Land 2, like the first one where you could save.
I love that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what I waste all my time on. But yeah, most of the time I just played on Commodore 64. That's how my older brother, learned me how to program on a Commodore 64, which I can't use on anything else anymore. So that's a useless skill I have. But
like BASIC.
Yeah, basic. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I know is BASIC too. So.
Yeah.
What was the computer
is that what he
was
does,
really
Locke?
big there besides the Commodore? It was a small little like Sinclair or something, or the Z.
I remember that.
The ZX Spectrum?
Spectrum? The Spectrum is what it's called. Yeah. That was a really big thing, I remember.
Yeah.
Because all the Sony programmers that came over from London, and we had a lot of them, that was their nostalgia, was the Sinclair and the C64. And they were, I remember the C64 because we had one at school and it had the best strip poker game. Like the graphics were much better than my Apple IIe. So that was impressive.
They also on the Commodore. They also had a lot like fake games. Like how do you call that? Like not like we had. They had Super Mario. Yeah, well, they had Super Mario, but they called it Gianna Sisters.
Yeah.
Like the rip-offs.
Super Gianna Sisters.
That was a thing. I know that it's a thing now. Like a company made that and an advanced Gianna Sisters, but that was because it was a bootleg of Mario.
Yeah. That was
my God! I thought it was just some new IP. Okay.
No. Gianna Sisters is the first platformer I ever played as a kid. And it had the exact same levels as Mario. It was just a girl. You played as a girl.
Do you know, honestly,
I've never heard of this.
Yeah,
not even
it
a
looks
joke.
the same.
Do you know America compared to, let's just say, England? Do you know which country men like women to have pubic hair more in? America or the UK? And I'll tell you why. It relates to this.
Mm-hmm.
Guess which country?
I'm guessing the UK.
The UK likes it. Do you know why? Oh, big reason?
Because they're dirty people.
Because the Commodore 64 was able to render pubic hair, but the Apple IIe and the TRS-80 was not. And so young boys coming up got used to seeing vaginas like that. I totally on the spot just made that up. There's no truth to anything.
You had me.
I completely believe it. It honestly makes a little sense. Though.
It does make a little sense, but it's stupid. I'm just bored.
I can't believe
not because of the conversation. Because I
said France.
It's crazy that they called it the Super Gianna Sisters and not the Super Maria Brothers or something.
Yeah.
Or
Nintendo
the Super Mario
never...
Sisters. If you don't want to misgender them.
Nintendo did go after them though. I remember that whole thing.
Did they
did?
They did.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, they didn't like it. As
They're very
wouldn't.
litigious.
Very litigious.
They are, though. I mean,
yeah, I mean, look, they make their lawyers their presidents.
Yes, that's a great point.
I mean, they named Kirby after one of their lawyers. That's how much they love their lawyers, man.
That's right.
Yeah, and don't tell me they didn't hire Bowser because of his last name.
Oh,
You know that pushed him over the edge.
Why can't they just be honest?
Because that's the new guy, right? Bowser, the last name
Yeah.
Bowser,
Yeah.
right?
He replaced Reggie.
Yeah.
Yeah. They really should be honest about the Bowser thing.
No one's
Why
named
can't they
that.
just say it? Just say it.
Just own that shit.
It's not a coincidence.
Well, they are owning it. They always have like these videos that play on the Bowser thing.
No, but own the fact that they've created him in a lab or something. There's no way they found the guy they wanted to hire. It's like Colin hiring a new person. His last name is like Media Standing. It's like, shut up.
It's a little too on the nose.
Yeah.
Jaffe, this was your topic, my friend. Are you satisfied?
I am more than satisfied. I appreciate all the insight, fellas. Thank you so much. And it's going to give me, I'm not even fucking with you. It's going to give me a little mental meat to chew on over the weekend regarding how can I somehow find a better healthy balance so I can, enjoy the positives of life, but still not put my head in the sand. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's tough. I live in DC. I'm surrounded by people panicking all the time. So,
of course.
I'm surrounded by jumpy, nervous, crazy people. So
yeah, it's everybody's default setting now. I feel like it's the knee jerk reaction, just panic. I can't blame them sometimes, but you gotta, simpatico. The
Brits are better. The Europeans are better at that. That whole when you're going through hell, keep going, or there's kind of more of a fortitude, even though the Americans think they have the monopoly on that. I think the Europeans are, because they've been invaded and conquered more. They're probably just like, look, we'll get over it. I'm not making a joke. I'm just like, I'm wondering
that's true. Yeah.
That's baked into the DNA at this point, like resilience,
Yeah, it is, especially with a new war looming now, which will hopefully not, but maybe happen. Yeah, that's definitely true. We're kind of used to it. We're expecting it always. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that's sad though. I feel bad for you guys a little bit with that.
Yeah, but nobody wants to invade America. We should feel sad about that.
That's true, yeah.
Oh, look, we're going to get McDonald's. Great.
Listen, you guys, we're going to roll into mine. We're going to close out the show. It's an easy peasy one. As I pitched to you guys via email, just want to know, what's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to you? AKA the greatest compliment that you've ever received, that you've ever been paid. What kind of stayed with you? What did somebody say to you? What nice thing did somebody say that just stuck with you? I'll tell you why I was thinking about this. It's a funny story. I like this story. It popped into my head because I'm downtown in Philly 4 days a week now. And in Philadelphia, it's still there. There's an after hours club. It's a press club. It's the oldest press club in the country. I don't know if Gene may know this. It's a club for journalists called the Pen and Pencil.
I blacked out there. I blacked out
Did you
there.
Really?
I've completely blacked
Gene,
out there.
I knew you would know this place.
Yeah.
I 100% knew.
It's a speakeasy. They're open late at night because it's become an industry bar now.
Yes.
So they serve like the nightlife crew.
Yeah. So bartenders and waiters, wait staff.
Yeah,
right.
But I was in Philly and I heard that it was an old press club. So I was like, well, I'm a member of the press. And I heard that they do they give special treatment to the members of the press, or
they do.
You don't have to pay cover, or I'm part of the industry, so I can hang out late at night. So I went there. I started drinking, and then I left at like 6 a.m.
There should be an app of all the places you've blacked out.
Yeah.
Add that one.
And you could do that pub crawl or whatever.
Yeah. Well, the problem with me is that like when I moved to DC, I mean, Jaffe, you were asking me why I stopped drinking. I'm sober now, right? I've been sober for about 6-7 years. DC made it easier because it's so boring here, So when I moved here, I would go out with my coworkers. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna party with my coworkers and just get drunk, right? Just get to know them better. Yeah, we're gonna be a clique. And then I would black out, and I would like come back online like that, and I would look around, and everybody was gone. I was
There was
alone.
like a dick drawn on your face. And it was like...
No, it's just that everybody just split, and I was the only one like out like wanted to have a good time. So I was like, okay, well, nobody else can fucking keep up with me, so I guess I'll just go home now.
So Washington's boring, and I thought Washington was like the place where all the cloak and dagger shit and all that. I mean, it's
there is, and there is an orgy that I might go to later this month. So I mean, that still happens, but you know, the only reason why I go there is because the orgy is the only interesting thing that I've been to out there. You know,
if it doesn't happen there,
is this a mask one like the last?
Yes, this is the mask one. I've talked about this before.
Oh yeah.
Dude, this has to be a topic, Gene. I'm a big fan of Eyes Wide Shut.
What he needs to do is put a fucking mask with a little camera in it and fucking film that shit
and stream it on Twitch.
Just don't get caught, Gene. That's hard.
Yeah, getting caught would be bad.
Don't get caught.
I would get my ass kicked. So I'm not going to do that.
All right. So I'm happy. Gene knows this place, the Pen and Pencil Club.
Yes, I'm sorry, but yes, I definitely know that place.
I knew you would know it. 100%. There was a 95% chance that Gene knows this place. So it's the oldest operating press club in America. It's been there since the late 1800s. Moves around. As I understand, it's roving, so it tends to move. It's moved at least 8 or 9 times, but it's still in the same place now, 15th and Latimer in Philly, that I knew it as a college student. And it was a legendary spot that we couldn't get into because we weren't journalists. This was around the time they opened it up to the servers, wait staff, and bartenders as well. So it became this all-encompassing thing. There's an annual membership. We had always heard about it. And the big draw was, in our early 20s, was that back then in the mid-90s when I was in college, mid to late 90s, Philadelphia was not New York and it wasn't Hong Kong. It wasn't a 24-hour nightlife thing. The bars shut down at 1 o'clock. And then the town rolled up its sidewalks, and there was nowhere to go. If the bar shut down, last call, you went home to drink, if anything. So the pen and pencil was always a big draw because we heard that's the place you go. That's the only place that was open till 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I had a roommate, a great friend of mine, Rick V, shout out, worked for the Philly Inquirer at the time. He was a young budding journalist, and he would always promise us, well, I'll get you in there one night. Well, night after night came and went. Rick never got us in. I happened to be waiting tables at an iconic Philly restaurant that was shutting down for good. And it so happened that the owner, I guess, knew the owner of the Pen and Pencil or the manager at the time. And at the end of our last shift, we were going to go to the Pen and Pencil. We were finally going to get in. We were finally going to go drink at this legendary spot that we just walked by every day. It was like a Masonic temple that no door, you couldn't find the windows, no doors. It really was a speakeasy. Got inside. We finally got inside. It was Valhalla. It was this huge place. It was awesome. Huge bar. A lot of tables. Wasn't like a little, smoke-filled room with 2 tables and 2 chairs. It's a big spot. Finally got into this place. It was awesome. Drinking some beers. I remember I was in my uniform because at the restaurant that I worked at, we had to wear like the whole black slacks, white button-down collared shirt, black bow tie. It was a fancy place. And I remember I had taken off. We were getting a few more drinks in. Took my shirt off. I was just wearing a white T-shirt. Had my bow tie off. And we were just having a good time. There was other people there as well that didn't work with the restaurant. And I noticed there was a group of people my age at the time. Let's say I was 21, maybe a little older. It's like a group of 5 guys and maybe 2 girls. They were also drinking and having a good time and talking amongst themselves and everything. Well, an hour or 2 into the night, one of the guys comes over to my table and says to me, "Hey, my friend thinks you're really cute." And he points back to one of the girls. Now, I had noticed this guy and girl talking very closely all night. So I thought they seemed like a couple. So it seemed very strange to me. But I was like, oh, that is very nice. But I was dating somebody at the time. This is right before I met Helene, actually. I remember who I was dating at the time. And I was like, oh, it's a very nice compliment. I thought it was great. But I was just enjoying hanging out with my friends. And I was actually a little bummed out that night because I didn't have a job. And that's how I was paying my way through school. So I didn't pay too much attention to it. Go to the bathroom. I'm standing at the urinal taking a pee. And I just feel eyeballs on the back of my head. Turn around. The girl had followed me into the men's room, was standing directly behind me as I was peeing. I was like, wait, what the fuck? At first, I don't even remember what my initial reaction was, but I remember being shocked. And then I remember being a little scared. It was like, this is kind of entering into like serial killer territory. So I remember sort of reacting with humor to sort of, I don't know, just kind of like, I don't know, like ease the moment. You know what I mean?
Gene's like, it's like a Tuesday for me.
Gene's like, this happens to me nightly. This happened to me like last week. So this girl ends up saying, you know, like just following me around and talking to me the whole night. But I remember, and I was creeped out, and I never.
Wait. She's following you around the whole night after she comes in the bathroom.
Yeah, that was the way she introduced herself to me.
What are you doing in the men's bathroom? That never came up?
No, I said some kind of joke to sort of ease the awkwardness and actually see if she would react or if she would laugh or something, which she did, and she smiled. So she wasn't a complete. Do you remember what you said? Was it like, you like that? You should see me take a shit. I mean, what was it? What was it you said to ease the awkwardness? It wasn't even like that. It wasn't even clever. It was like,
Lockmort, make a note of that for your video. Yeah. It wasn't that clever.
It was something where if I looked back, I'd be embarrassed because I was obviously scared.
Okay.
It was like testing the waters to see if she would at least laugh or if she was just like a serial killer. Right, you know what I mean? Type of thing. And she did
that's
laugh.
A little weird. I've never. I mean, Jaffe just only underlined the absurdity of it. Let's say
it was so weird.
Admiring your waist technique.
20 years later, it was the Netflix hit Little Reindeer or whatever the fuck that thing's called.
I realized two things. She had to be on drugs of some kind to do that, right? She wasn't just drunk. And the other thing was that was her decision to break the ice with me or introduce herself, which I found very strange because we were just hanging out a couple of tables away in the restaurant, in the bar, you know. And I remember saying something to the effect of like, "Oh, like like they allow the girls in the men's room here," like it was something stupid. But I was just trying to see what she was all about. Yeah, so she ended up sitting with us and hanging out with us. So I remember I never pursued it anymore. But when I look back on it, I was like, wow, I already felt like, I don't think I've ever been complimented physically like that before, where somebody was that into me that they followed me into the men's room. There was other guys in there too. You know, it wasn't like one of those little private men's rooms. It was like a men's room with, a line of urinals and a couple of stalls. It wasn't just like a single thing where I could go in and lock the door. There was other people in there. So I thought that was a funny story. And I thought about it because I wanted to go back, realizing now that I work with a lot of journalists, you know what I mean? So I'm at NBC, so I could just go in there whenever I want if we go at night.
Are you trying to find her again? Hoping you'll run into her again?
Well, here's what I'm hoping, Jaffe. I'll recognize her, but she won't recognize me. I'll follow her into the ladies' room.
No. Like in Top Gun when Maverick does that. She's like, you want to do it here on the counter?
You never close your eyes anymore. But yeah, so that was I was just thinking, like, you know what? That's a creepy, funny story to tell, but it's also a great compliment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But did you end up doing anything with her afterwards?
Nothing. I just remember hanging out with her and her crew. It was a very strange crew. I couldn't get a beat on them.
Did you get her number?
No. I was dating somebody at the time.
Okay.
And
still a nice compliment.
It was a nice compliment. And you know what? I remember her crew being very strange, though. Like, I remember leaving that place thinking the guy might have even been her brother.
Well, you know who it turned out to be? That was Jeffrey Epstein and Giselle. And they're like, we got the perfect place for you. I'm sorry.
You know what kind of sense I got, Jaffe?
No.
I don't know if you guys ever. It's not like I have a lot of experience with this, but if I think back to that group, they seem very preppy. They're very well dressed. Maybe in their mid-20s, maybe that old at the time, which was a few years older than I was at the time. They seem like maybe they were in the, like Gene's talking about the whole Eyes Wide Shut bit. They
swingers
seem to be
shit?
Like in that kind of swingers type thing, maybe.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Which kind of plays in with that whole demographic of, wait staff and bartenders and journalists, wild artists, right? Yeah. Bohemian types, I guess I should say.
Bohemians, yes.
Right?
People of the night.
Right. But yeah, scary story at the time. But in retrospect, I never got paid another compliment like that. That was insane that girl took the...
Hey. Chin up, buddy. I'll watch you pee. All three of us. We'll watch. Go do it right now. We'll watch you take a pee.
Sure.
The whole Constellation audience.
Well, isn't it funny too? Like, did she know she was going to have that kind of an impact on me where I would remember that 30 years later, 20 something years later, where it's like, wow, I kind of had some, I must have had something back then. You know what I mean? Or was she just out of her mind? I don't know. Or was I a mark? Was I an easy target? Were they going to take me home and just take my kidneys? I don't know. Right? Put me in an ice tub full of, an ice bath and take my organs. I don't know, guys. But anyway, I thought about that.
I like your take on it, though. Let's use that one.
Did I dodge a bullet?
No, I like your take that they thought, that you were, compatible with their adventures. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
it was fun.
It's great when a woman finds you attractive, especially when you look like the four of us do. No offense. None of us. I mean, it doesn't matter about looks with men, thank God, because you can get by on confidence and all that shit. But it is nice, and it hasn't happened a lot in my life either, but it is nice when you are actually, she genuinely finds you physically appealing, because that's such a rare thing for me.
It's very rare.
Yeah. I mean, there are men that I get that all the time, but I'm not one of them. So.
Right. I mean, if she was around me and she knew how charming I was and how smart.
That's right. No, I mean, that's what you got to do. You didn't roll an 18 on the looks. None of us did, but we got ourselves the charisma, the intelligence, the ability to talk to people. I'm not fucking with you. I mean, you got to get an 18 somewhere in the dice roll. That's where we got it, boys.
That's it. That's it, my friend.
Going to his therapist today. I thought it was an 18. You told me it was an 18. You son of a bitch.
You told me I was handsome.
Gene, you know what I want to know? This probably, my best guess, I graduated from college in 98. So let's say this was 97. When were you there to your best recollection? I wonder if I was there before or after you.
Or at the same time, and Gene was the guy.
Was that night?
Oh, in Philly? No, I was in Guam still.
All right, so you're
blackout drunk. You don't know what the fuck you were.
I was a blackout drunk 17-year-old, or 1997. Yeah, 16 actually. I just lost my virginity, so there's that. So,
Gene, I have an idea, dude. You come to Philly, I'll take you out for a great night in the town. And as a pay, to pay me back, you get me into that place. We'll go together.
Yeah. Let's go to the pen and paper. They should remember me because they could not get rid of me. I was the last. I was the last customer there, and they were wondering when I was gonna like come back online.
They see you coming across the street. They're putting down the hatches, and here it comes, boys. Lock it up. Gene's back in town. Fuck.
Well, I don't know how Philly nightlife is now, but that was really one of the only places you could go to drink after 1 o'clock. I mean, I know everything now.
That's exactly why I ended up there. Because
that's it. That was it.
It was still pretty early. I was still like 2016 maybe that I went there.
Oh, wow.
You were there
recently.
So fairly recently.
Yeah.
And so this was like right before I quit drinking. Or I think that might have been the last time I blacked out actually. So
holy shit.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it that you know the place.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a little LSM adventure in the offing here with me and Gene going back to the Pen and Pencil Club.
That could be fun. I would love to go. And it's just right up the street. Dude. You guys, you're just right up the street. I can just come up for a little bit.
Yeah, we're not far.
Yeah.
Like what, 180 miles, 150 miles, something like that? Mm-hmm. Not far. All right, Jaffe, I'm going to hand this to you. When I say this email,
mine are quick. I liked your email. The one I took from it was the because you wrote two things. One was like the nicest compliment, but the one above that, you said something like, what was the first way you described it?
What was the nicest thing someone has said to you?
Yeah. So I had three that jumped out real quick, and they're not good stories, but they did stick with me. One was my daughter, she must have been about 3 or 4, and I was driving her somewhere in the minivan. We might've been coming back from Disneyland. I don't know. We went there all the time, and just out of nowhere, for no reason I was aware of, she just said, "You're a good daddy." And it stayed with me. And it's one of my favorite memories. And then another one was, I was about 14 and I was in a Toys R Us and I was looking at NES cartridges, and some woman comes up to me and she is asking me, I think about like Simon's Quest 2 or something for her son. And I get into it and explain it and stuff. And she says, "Wow, you're really articulate. You express yourself well." And that was just a really neat thing to hear for a 14-year-old kid who I never thought about it, but I was like, that's a neat skill to have. And then the last one, I think so far that stuck with me. Hopefully there'll be many more in my life. But I was at the AMC after with my brother. I think we had seen a movie, and it was time when I told him I was getting divorced. And I wasn't that terribly broken up about it, but I was affected. You know, it's a good divorce as those things go. And I just remember he said to me, he says, well, I'll whatever you need, I'll be here for you always. And I knew that he would. That wasn't a surprise, the sentiment, but to hear it sort of given language meant a lot to me. So those are the three that really, I think so far are really kind of burned into my brain pan.
I love it. I love those. And that is exactly in the spirit of what I'm saying, like seemingly random things that just stay with you. They meant a lot. The people the person was kind, but they didn't even realize what it meant.
Certainly not my 3-year-old. She's
right.
She's like, now I'm going to eat my own shit. You know, I don't understand thinking about So.
Well, Jaffe, it's not too late. Some strange girl could walk up to you behind you in a urinal. This could happen.
I think really what happened was Gene, and he mistook your penis for one of the dead bodies he's seen over the years. He's like, I got to go get blackout drunk. There's a whole little serendipity, huh?
It's all coming together.
Yeah, it's all coming together. It's all full circle, baby.
Yep.
Gene, let's stay with you on this. Nicest compliment, something nice that somebody said to you. I mean, you're no stranger to this.
Yeah. I mean, I've received so many nice. I've been sick, so like people have the outpouring of love has been incredible, right? So, I would count all of that. Like so many people said wonderful things about me in my Rolling Stone article. I barely read that article, and I haven't read any of the comments, but I know that they're very supportive. You know, a lot of people at the LSM has said nice things. Colin has said really nice things about me. You know, I liked when he like bragged about how I was doubling down on coming to LSM, and I was like, yeah, you should, man. You know, and I'm glad you recognize that. You know, just like Locke and I were talking about earlier about how much he admires me sticking to my guns, and
sure.
So, yeah, and it was nice. It was nice to hear Colin say those things. But I think when I got this prompt, I thought of two random things, and they're very strange, and they're not nearly as personal as neither of you guys. But my first compliment comes from the FBI.
Of course it does, Gene.
Of course.
Go ahead. Top all of us, bitch. Go ahead.
Yeah.
My daughter, some random FBI was J. Edgar Hoover. I don't know. He just fucking Asian.
Well, the second one comes from Mossad, but let's start with the first one.
Fair enough.
So the first one, I was dating an investigative journalist. She worked at Fox News, actually.
Is she the one that believes the moon landing is fake?
No, this is completely different. But but I hope people know that I have I clearly don't give a shit about politics when it comes to dating. I really don't give a shit. Do not care, right? So she was a Fox News reporter, and then we went on a date. We had a good time, and we still hang out like to this day. This was like 9 years ago. She was the first person I ever dated in DC, right? But after 2 dates, she decided to call the FBI in Hawaii, and she said, because she knew the special agent in charge there, and she asked him, "Hey, I've been seeing this guy Gene Park. Have you heard of him?" And the FBI special agent in charge was like, "Oh, fuck, Gene, really?
Why the fuck would the FBI even know you?"
And so what he said was, "Oh, Gene, really? He was Honolulu's gadfly." And so gadfly,
bar guy,
gadfly. No, gadfly is actually rooted from the Greek term, well, I guess gadfly. It was used by Plato to describe Socrates acting as an uncomfortable goad to the political scene in Athens, like a biting fly arousing a sluggish horse.
Wow!
During his defense on trial for his life, Socrates pointed out that the descent, like the gadfly, is easy to swat, but the cost to society of silencing individuals who are irritating could be very high, because the role of a gadfly is to sting people and whip them into a fury, all in the service of truth. So I guess he probably called that about me because I was always in Hawaii. It's very to close the Asian American Pacific Islander month. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are very, very non-confrontational. They want to stay quiet. Don't beat a nail that sticks out because you're going to get hammered down. Don't brag about anything. don't call attention to yourself, right? I was the complete opposite. I was always calling attention to myself. I was always bragging about how fucking cool I am, how great I am. I was always calling out politicians in Hawaii who were fucking up, especially Democrats, you know, because Hawaii is very, very democratic. So I was always kicking things up, and everything I said would always be like, "Oh, fuck! I can't believe he said that." But yeah, though, you know, like when you think about it, yeah, that's true. You know, even when I left, I was still right about Hawaii when the missile crisis. Remember when everyone thought that the nuke was going to hit Hawaii,
Sure.
and then the guy pressed a button accidentally to alarm everybody in the state that a nuke is coming, and it turns out that the guy was reprimanded like several times for fucking up many times, not exactly pushing a nuke button, but everything else. And so I wrote an article. I was like, this is just Hawaii. We're always we can't fire people because we're just too scared to do it, right? And then I lost a lot of friends because of that. But I was like, I don't care, because that's the system. I saw the system work, and it's bullshit. So that's what the FBI said about me, and I thought it was a very, very nice thing, and I never forgot it. So thank you, cool. FBI special agent. He's still there. So,
really?
Yeah, he's still there. So thank you to the FBI for saying nice things about me,
endorsing you,
and not arresting me for other various activities. That, and the second thing is also from another random source. It's comedian Norm Macdonald.
Oh,
what?
When I met him, we talked. Norm called me, "You just might be the coolest motherfucker I ever met."
Are you serious?
Why? Yeah. What did you do to make him say that?
I was just hanging out, and we were just talking about clothes and like life and stuff like that. And he was just like, "I really dig your vibe, man. Like, I'm not sure I've ever met anyone as cool as you, you know." And I love the way you look. I love the way you walk. It was like the opposite of like Kendrick and Drake. He was, I love the way you walk. I love the way you talk. I love the way you dress. it was all of that. And then like it was in the back of a green room before one of his shows, and like the his managers were like Norm, it's time, you're late. And he was like, shut the fuck up. I'm talking to Gene Park here. Don't you know who Gene Park is? I just met him, but he's the coolest motherfucker I ever met.
Holy shit.
And then so he was late to stage because he just really wanted to keep talking to me. So that is just,
that's like, pretty good.
That's incredible.
I've been told that I'm a cool guy before, but when Norm said it to me, I believe it. And then this was like in like 2018 or whatever. So I've been like riding that high ever since. And I obviously love Norm, and we become friends. So, you know.
You became friends, meaning you spoke to him after that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Dude, yeah, that's incredible.
We chat on the phone. I'm his Reddit account. I started his Reddit account.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I still have his password. It's still logged into my Google password manager, you know.
Dude, it was only upon his passing that I realized how important he is to, like, he's every comic's favorite comic.
Yeah.
He's
like literally
so funny.
Yeah.
I follow him on Twitter. It's Norm Macdonald's joke of the day. Did you see the one about the Atlanta Braves they just put up? It's not him, of course. He's dead. No. They pull his stuff from SNL when he was the news anchor, and they just repost it. He says, angry over the Atlanta Braves and Cleveland Indians' use of caricatures as logos, Native Americans showed up at the World Series tonight. They chanted for hours to protest Indian stereotypes, though it didn't help the cause when it started to rain. So, you know, he was great. He was so good.
That's
so
good shit.
Yeah. So,
Gene, that's incredible.
Yeah. So,
amazing. Yeah.
There's been way less people, way smaller people than Norm and the FBI who have said many, many nice things. You know, Jaffe's right. I didn't strike out a 10 or 18 on the looks department, so I do have to, rely on charisma and personality and intelligence, right? But quite a few women in my life have told me that I'm quite handsome too. And,
Lord, Gene, I'm just teasing. I'm not actually saying you're not an attractive man.
No, I mean you're right though. Like we're not exactly Hemsworth.
Well, yeah, we're not. Yeah, that's not our shtick. I mean,
Yeah.
And honestly, looks go first, so I'm totally okay.
Looks go first. I like that.
Looks do go first.
They do, and especially for women, man. To be a woman who really has pretty privilege and doesn't build up any of her other stats. I've talked to them when they hit a certain age. they've built a lot of identity around that. And then they're like, well, you know, it's kind of like a kid leaving from college. You gotta come up with the next chapter for yourself.
Yeah.
Because,
Again,
you know,
become a more interesting person, become a more multifaceted, interesting person. You know, I think it benefits you. It benefits everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Locke, what do you think, my friend? Give me your best compliment.
Lockmort,
something. Maybe you have a bunch.
Yeah.
Well, mine is a little bit less cool than that one, but it's very personal. I talked about it before on this show about a year ago, but my dad in 2015 had a horrible accident. I won't rehash the entire story again. He had an accident. He fell on his head. He had amnesia, and he basically became crazy. That's the best way to put it. He had like severe dementia because of it. He had brain damage. Like he couldn't really function anymore. So I had to take care of him for a couple of years. But to help my dad remember stuff, I used to bring him to places he used to work at or to friends he used to be with. So at one point, I think in 2018 it was, so 6 years ago, I took my dad to his old job. He used to work at the European Council. We had a really important job at the European Council in Brussels. So I took him there to meet his old colleagues. And he was, of course, very excited because he knew what was going to happen. He was pumping himself up all day. But the problem is with people with severe brain damage, if they pump themselves up, they can out that in different ways. And my dad, when we got to his job, went a little bit nuts. So he started screaming. He started like not really attacking people, but like pushing them out of the way because he wanted to get to his old office. And then when we got to his old office, he didn't understand or it didn't compute in his head that he wasn't working there anymore. So there was a security guard who came and asked us to leave, of course. And then my dad started yelling. So all his former colleagues were like completely shocked, of course, because they didn't know what was going on. They just saw their former friend and colleague going completely nuts. So we were escorted out of the building, of course, very ashamed. I think that was pretty much the low point of my life. And then we took a train home back to the city I live in. And on the train, my dad was still going at it. So he was still yelling at people, just going nuts, just ripping to the chairs and stuff. And so the train conductor came by and he told me, like, guys, you're going to have to calm down or you're getting off at the next stop. So I was like, okay, well, fuck it. Like, I'm done. Like, this is the worst. I mean, how do I ever fix this? So the next stop happened. The train conductor told us, I'm sorry, you got to get off here. People are complaining about your dad. So I figured, okay, well, we'll get off. And as soon as I got off, I had this feeling of dread, like this bad feeling I've never had before and I've never had since. Like, okay, this is it. Like you're done. You're just go kill yourself or something. And at that moment, a random woman put her hand on my shoulder and she looked at me and all she said was, "You're a good man." And that really got to me. That was like, oh, thank God, like somebody out there is exactly. Somebody out there is seeing what is happening. Like it's not my fault. So I took my dad out of the train and I was happy all day, even though all the misery was going on. And that really got me through the next couple of years, really, with all the stuff that was going on. So it was just a random person I never met and who didn't have to do that, and which wasn't really like I guess a compliment, but it was a compliment. Yeah. But it really touched me in a way that I'll never forget. And ever since then, I've always, when I was younger, before all that stuff happened with my dad, and I saw something happening in the street with people, I always thought like, oh, this is weird. What are you guys doing? But now whenever I see something happening, because of that woman and because of my dad, I always go up to them and I try to help them or I try to be nice to them to do what that woman did for me. So yeah, that was the best compliment I've ever gotten.
That's beautiful, man.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I love that story.
And you're paying it forward.
Yeah, you pay for it. Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that woman? I'm not making a joke or anything, but do you just think she was just some random woman, or do you? I mean, how much do you put into, I don't know, angels, or it was meant to be, or that person was, you know? I mean, or is that like, nah, it's romanticizing? It was just someone.
Just someone who was there at the right time at the right place.
Right.
You know, you needed someone right there, right then, and it's like she saw that, and she was like, okay,
that's the practical.
Let me just pull this guy back from the brink real quick, right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
practical, but that's how you look at it. You don't add any sort of
I want to. I'm pretty agnostic, so I want to believe in that stuff. I just don't, because if there is an afterlife, that would be beautiful. I would love that. That would be amazing. But I just don't know. So I hope that's the case. That would be amazing. But I don't know. Yeah, maybe, because that really was. I remember distinctly thinking like, this is it. I've never had that since, and I've never had that before.
Are you coming to San Diego with Last Stand Media?
No, sadly not. I have to work, but I am coming to London if you guys have ever.
Well, I was going to ask because Colin has told me he's going to do DMT with me, and that is pretty good for getting into that maybe what's next realm in terms of.
Oh hell yeah! I would love to try that.
You should come and do the DMT with us, but.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! Well, maybe next time.
That's cool. Oh, that's going to be a fun thing. Yeah, he's talking about.
Are you guys coming? Are either of you guys going?
I'm not sure
I'm able to make it.
I'm not sure if they decided who's going to England and who's going to SD.
San Diego,
yeah. Yeah, I have no idea.
Travel's going to be tough for me this year. So
now, Locke. Well, would have been. It's a great story.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Would have been a little cooler. She followed you into the men's room.
Oh yeah,
and approached you when you were at the urinal. That would have been.
I should have done that. I blew it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, should have just started pissing there, and then maybe.
And then she would have been like, "You're a big man too." Damn.
Yeah.
I just remember really being frightened enough to want to diffuse the situation, like right away, because I didn't know if I was going to get stabbed at that moment. You know what I mean? Because she was kind of looking. I'm a little haunted by the memory because she was kind of deadpan. She wasn't smiling. She was looking at me like almost defiantly. Like, what are you going to say to this type of thing? And my knee jerk was to just like diffuse it and see if this person's a murderer or if she's like just interested in me. But definitely drugs. Like in retrospect, the glassy eyes and everything, like there was definitely at least, I don't know, they strike me as a cocaine group. You know what I mean?
You should have just kept peeing and turned around and gone, what? And just peed all over. What's up? What's up?
It's hard when you get, I don't know if Gene can relate or if any of you guys can relate to those compliments, but like once that happens, you just kind of expect it all the time.
I've had my penis complimented twice by women. That was nice.
That's not a bad thing.
Yeah. I've had that before. I've slept with many Asian women who don't really know English. So if I want to be a little racist, but they'll be like, "Oh, wow, you big like American." That was.
Can I tell you? Okay,
great compliment. So when you talk about like random people that I get compliment from, that's the other one that I would talk about.
Okay,
big like American, just holding it like this, so big.
What?
That is definitely going in the next edit, by the way. That's beautiful.
Is that what?
Me love you long time. You're not going to go into me love you long time. Just do it, Gene.
That's Vietnamese.
No, because me love you long time is too. It's been there.
But yeah. So the first one was a girl in college, a real thing. The second one was a prostitute, sex worker, and she told me that, and I'm not going to say the part of the country or the part of the world they come from, but she said, I see a lot of these men from this part of the world. And she said, they do not take care of their penises like you do. Your penis is awesome. And I was like, I know I'm paying you money, but that's an awesome part of the service. Keep doing that. I believed her. I still believed her, even though I paid her money. I still believed her.
I don't understand. Was it like dressed up in a 3-piece suit?
No, it was just a nice size. Like the girl in college, I've told the story before. She was just like, wow, that's surprisingly big.
Oh,
and I don't mean like big, like, oh my God, you should be on Pornhub big. It's functional. I can wear pants and shit. But I'm just saying that, it was nice to hear in the wild, a girl I was with. I don't know why it was surprising, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
But the other woman, I don't know what that's her job, is to make you feel good, both inside and out. Right. So I don't know if it was true, but since it kind of mirrored what the other girl said that was real, I'm going to choose to believe it was true.
It was confirmation.
Confirmation.
Right.
Of the
Gene, I have to think now. I don't want to pry, Gene, and I don't want to get too into this.
I'll do it.
But I would think from Gene's story about what he was telling us before, his background with what gets him aroused, I would think the stamina is pretty good.
Oh yeah, totally. It's actually been a complaint where that like, and this is not something that's like I'm bragging about. Like it actually sucks. I wish I could like, just like finish faster,
Your problem is you start thinking about baseball and you genuinely get into the game.
My buddy had a song.
The Braves are ahead by 2. Shut up.
My buddy had a punk band and he had a song called Baseball and the whole song was about thinking about baseball, so you don't nut too fast.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Why is it baseball? Why is that a thing?
Because it's so dry.
Because there's nothing going on. Yeah,
I understand.
It used to be the WNBA, but I'm sorry, but I do find Caitlin Clark kind of arousing. It's probably her talent. Probably her talent. I don't think she's a visually traditional attractive person, but when she hits those 3-pointers, I get a little moist. Moist.
Yeah. Talent is attractive.
It is.
So is power. You know?
She's amazing, though. She really is quite cool. I'm a fan.
But yeah. I mean, like back to what Jaffe was saying about sex workers, like, you know, and back when I was being, you know, raised by babysat by strippers, all these strippers would always say really, really nice things to me, and I'd be like, "Do you think I'm handsome?" And they're like, "Oh, honey, like if you were older, I would totally date you." And then like that would like feed into like when I would eventually get groomed, like I would think that that's just normal. You know?
Well, yeah, because you were saying it, and your face was like an inch from her fucking vagina.
Yeah, like their titties would just be like hanging up from me, and they would talk about like how handsome I would be and everything. And obviously I'm not paying them because I'm 6 years old.
You're putting like a little bubble yum in their straps and shit.
You were asking to be groomed.
Yeah, Big League Chew. I had Big League Chew going. Not bubble
I was going to say Fruit Stripe. All right, Big League Chew. That's fine.
But Big League Chew specifically, those really hard packets. I used to bring those to the strip club too.
I don't know when I'm going to get this group back. I'm reticent to end this thing. I don't know, guys. That might be the note, though. It's Friday night. I don't want to keep this cast of characters any longer. And listen, all good things must come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. And Constellation also must eventually come to an end. I'd like to honor tradition. Do what we always do around these parts. Let's go around to my partners in crime for parting shots and goodbyes. David Jaffe, I send you into the weekend with my humble thanks, sir.
I appreciate you having me. I always love being on y'all's shows. They're a lot of fun. It's good to talk to you guys. I don't know, Lockmort, I know we've talked on Twitter and stuff. I don't know if we've ever been on a show together. It was nice to, thank you for putting up with me. I heard that you were going to be here, and I'm just used to your picture on Twitter. So I didn't know you were going to be so mild-mannered and nice. I was like, oh, this guy's going to be like me, like a fucking out of his fucking mind. I'm like, oh, he's just a nice guy.
Yeah, because his editing style, his sense of humor is pretty manic. And then when you actually like see how he talks and it's like, he's actually super chill and cool.
Super fucking chill. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I love it. I love being on here. Thank you guys for having me. If you liked my brain stylings, come find me at Gavin and Games, YouTube, David Jaffe, whatever. David's got Jaffe. Yeah, I'm easy to fucking find. Fuck you. That's how I get my audience. I just berate them.
You gotta do it.
You gotta do what you gotta do. But seriously, thank you guys. It's a lot of fun.
It's great having you. Having you. Gene, you're my next one up, my friend. I send you into the weekend with my humble thanks and my goodbyes. It was good seeing you. I miss doing the show with you, the Nintendo show.
Man, it's been a minute since we talked.
It's been a while.
It's good to see you. We should think about doing the pen and paper.
I love it. I'm serious.
And always good with Jaffe. That we always try. Me and Jaffe are a good mix. But I'm also learning now that Locke and all of us are actually a really good mix too. And it's been a real pleasure to meet Locke. We were talking earlier. Well, my first real contact with Locke is when he messaged me to have a message for Sacred 200, which I can't believe it was that long ago, like over 100 episodes ago. That's crazy. And to make a video for where I called Mr. Matty Plays Racist. And Jaffe was there too, which was so cool. But I was actually really, really taken aback when Locke contacted me, because I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. Locke thinks I'm cool and he wants me to include me in the project. And I've been watching Locke for years, and he's obviously been watching me for the last couple of years editing content. So it feels like we've always been knowing each other, but this is our first time on camera. It's been fun. So yeah, good times. Today was good.
By the way, before Locke goes, Gene, I don't know what your plans are. If you're free for Keely's show this week, I'm smoking the pot and streaming. If you want to carry on the tradition, hit me up.
Oh, Summer Game Fest. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah,
I'm around. Hit me up if it's interesting.
Yeah. We could do. Yeah, why don't we do that?
I mean, all of you guys, but I mean, I know that Gene and I are pot smokers. So
yes,
Lockmore's more the cocaine type,
Absolutely, yeah. Can't wait.
And I'm more of a fentanyl guy. So
you're lucky.
Yeah, more of a fentanyl head.
DMT, baby.
Oh, machine elves and Keely. What more could you want?
Can you feel the love though? Everybody genuinely really likes each other in LSM. I don't know if you can't.
There's that one person, but we don't,
Well, there's a one guy. There's a one guy. Yeah, we'll say person. Yeah. But other than that person, yeah, not a bad apple in the bunch. There really isn't. How lucky are we? Locke, you class act, you. So good seeing you, my friend. Again, it's just too long in between seeing everybody. It's good having you. It's good seeing you. And I don't know. Tell me something. Sell me something. I don't know.
Well, this was a great honor for me. I'm not even joking about that because I love you, Dagan. Of course, we talked a bunch of times. I can't say this out loud, but you're one of my favorites at LSM. I love you. I think you're great. And Gene, I've been a fan of you for such a long time. And Mr. Jaffe, you made a couple of my favorite video games. So you're amazing on.
So
on
all
YouTube
my past stuff is what you like to. I understand.
I'm one of the people who liked Drawn to Death.
No. I mean, I understand. Keep going though.
Oh, no. I was kind of done.
You're a good, you're a good man, sort of.
Oh, Jesus. Thank you. But no, this was a real honor for me. I really love talking with you guys. I hope we can do it again at some point.
Yeah.
And then I have to do this for Maddie. But we started a new channel called Retro Rewind, where you can find us talking about movies, which is very, very cool. You can also find us at Retro Rebound, where Maddie puts up videos about old games. And starting tomorrow, you can also find me at a new channel called Lock Plays, which is very original, like Mr. Maddie Plays, where I'll also upload videos, but about older videos, older games.
Like, what are the older movies you guys are doing on Rewind? Like what kind of...
Well, the cool thing is Maddie knows everything about games, but he knows nothing about movies. He hasn't seen any movies. So what we're doing... That. Yeah. So what we're doing, this is a really cool concept. It's working brilliantly. What we do is we take the IMDb top 50 list, so the top 250 movies of all time according to IMDb, and I let the audience vote on them, and we just give Maddie the floor. Maddie watches the movie, and Maddie gives his thoughts about the movie he just watched.
What movies has he not seen? Is it like all of them?
Nothing.
Dude, we have Maddie ranks them at the end of every episode. So we do one movie a week, and right now he has seen Fight Club. He has seen Goodfellas, Inglourious Basterds. No. Inglourious Basterds 7. We did 7 yesterday. Die Hard was his first time.
Oh, wow.
He didn't like Die Hard.
You didn't like Die Hard?
What? No, what the fuck? Whoa. I didn't say that. He didn't like Die Hard as much as the other movies.
I'm about to be kind of toxic in his comments now. That's crazy. How do you not like Die Hard? It's just like the most easily likable movie.
I have to watch.
You got to understand, for us it is because we grew up with it. But if you see it now, maybe it didn't age well if you haven't. Because that's the cool part about that show and about that channel. Because Maddie is very young. He's 28. And he hasn't seen anything. So these are all like new reference points for him. So he compares every movie to Star Wars or the MCU, which doesn't work, of course. So Fight Club, he was blown away by Fight Club because he didn't know that movies could have a twist ending.
Oh my God.
Oh, he didn't know the twist.
No, he doesn't know anything about movies.
Does he know what the Matrix is? That's
no,
amazing.
dude. No, he hasn't seen
the Matrix.
No.
He famously says he's never seen anything.
Yeah,
I know that he's never seen anything. I just never knew like the extent of it.
Monastery? How has he not seen movies?
He knows everything about games. He grew up playing games. He just played games all the time. He knows everything about games and nothing about movies.
Okay,
but it is crazy that you haven't seen like The Matrix or like Fight Club.
He hasn't seen The Godfather.
These are just like boys. These are like Bibles for boys. You should watch these movies. Goodfellas, Godfather. It's a rite of passage. So someone failed them. And
so many of them are tied into video games. Like, how do you appreciate? Right, like Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah,
watching Goodfellas.
Well, you know what's funny? We also did Interstellar a couple of weeks ago, and then Maddie finally discovered that Starfield basically stole half the game from Interstellar. But of course, he didn't realize that when he played Starfield for the first time. But now he does. So
it's the robot. Yeah, it's basically Interstellar, the Interstellar Starfield robot. Yeah,
and they both look stupid. Even though I love Starfield, but is your show though? So are you on it with him, or he just looks into the camera? Okay, so then are you doing that thing where you're actually showing clips just short enough to not get hit, or how does that work? Because I've always been fascinated by that.
We have two shows, right? Like one show is called Call Sheet, and that's the show where I interview Maddie about the movie he just watched. Okay. That's the concept that I just explained. And the other show is called Retro Alliance, and that's where Maddie talks to the camera. It's basically like a retro rebound video. Maddie talks to the camera about Batman Begins, for instance, which he saw for the first time last week. And then I edit it and I put like these clips in. But what I discovered is that that's impossible because we get claims every other second.
Right.
So what I had to do is like re-edit every video and like put screenshots in it instead of clips because we can't use clips anymore.
So the screenshots work.
They work. It's less engaging.
No, but I mean, they work for the algorithm. They don't ding you because you put a screenshot.
No, yeah.
There are some people that somehow get away with it. Like they'll put in it's called like Bedroom or something, where these two women watch movies and they'll put in about 4 seconds and then stop it. But it seems kind of risky.
Yeah, they still might get you.
Because we did a video on Fury Road, which didn't get claimed. So I put it, I had to re-edit it like 16 times and put it up every time. And then we didn't get a claim. So I thought we were good. But then 3 days later, they claimed us anyway. So it's not worth the risk.
Infuriating.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. How do you not watch a Batman movie?
He has seen the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, but never Batman Begins, never the older ones.
Okay, he saw Dark Knight at least. Okay, Jesus. That's how do you just completely miss Batman as like a movie or event or whatever? That's
especially if you came up with the MCU. If he likes the MCU, you'd think he would have dabbled.
I mean, Batman is the Batman movies are the same level as like MCU and Star Wars.
Yeah,
you know?
He's seen Spider-Man though. Spider-Man 2 is one of his favorite movies.
Okay, the Raimi.
Raimi Spider-Man. He's seen those, and so very, 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 comic books and. But the Matrix is too indie for him, I guess.
Well, it's very cool to see him go through this journey right now because everybody knows these movies, of course, like in and out. So it's very cool to see someone.
I want to watch his channel now. I really want to see what he thinks about these movies. That's fascinating. Yeah. Yeah.
The audience gets to vote on it. They're very engaged with it. They get angry with him sometimes. Like he didn't like. He said Inglourious Basterds was boring. That's weird. That hurt me as well. That hurt me.
Called Mr. Maddie needs to shut the fuck up. Is what that channel should be called.
That's boring. Jesus.
He's got to be honest, right?
Shoshana. That's the best line in the goddamn movie.
I love that movie so much.
Well, exactly. But like you said, Dagan, he has to be honest. That's the important thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a great idea for him, and it's such a novelty because most of us have seen these movies multiple times. I've seen Inglourious Basterds 10 times. You know what I mean? Like it's a novelty.
That's the only movie I've ever been able to watch in VR. I watched the whole fucking thing in VR.
Oh, interesting.
It's such a good movie that I just like. Okay, this is not the best way to watch a fucking movie in the Meta Quest, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah,
but once you get going on that movie, God, it's it's just Tarantino.
It's amazing.
Django is brilliant. All of his shit is brilliant.
I think Inglourious is his masterpiece.
Hateful Eight is fucking brilliant. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not one of these fart Tarantino sniffers, but I haven't even ever seen Reservoir Dogs. I've never seen it.
What?
What?
I just missed it.
You just watch it. It's good.
You have to watch that.
It's excellent.
I know how to do it. I know how to remedy it. I've been busy. But I'm just saying though that my God, that guy.
This isn't video games. You can just watch the movie. You don't have to break out your PS2 to watch it.
Delightfully talented though. It makes me so happy when he puts a movie out. And I wonder about that. Like, I don't want to romanticize the guy, but it's like, wow, that's pretty cool. He was able to make that leap just from some random guy in a video store to doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
So,
he'd be a great topic. Did you like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Jaffe?
I loved it.
I didn't like
such a good movie.
I especially loved it when Brad Pitt is so fucking out of his mind.
Well, that part's cool.
And the killers come in, and he's got the dog.
That part is cool. I didn't like the movie
and then the Bruce Lee fight was fucking great.
I thought that was funny too. This has nothing to do with Asians or whatever. I thought the Bruce Lee part was like everything where Brad Pitt was just fucking shit up. Like that part was cool.
Well, it's called manslaughter. Anybody kills somebody by accident, you go to jail. That's great.
We could do a Tarantino.
Maybe I should watch it again.
I'm there. Give me a call, baby. I'm there.
Oh, that's such a great movie. Tarantino.
But it's great that Maddie's doing this because, like to Dagan's point, there's so many cultural touchstones that are completely flying over his head as he's playing these video games that are referencing everything from The Godfather to The Goodfellas to The Matrix.
Yes.
But isn't that the same for our generation?
To Tarantino. Like he played God of War Ragnarok without realizing that they're just ripping off Tarantino and God of War Ragnarok,
Yeah, and we just saw 7, and he never knew what was in the box before. He just knew the meme.
He never knew what's in the box. That's crazy.
Holy shit.
I love that.
I kind of envy him a little bit.
Well, he probably
Maddie's
scene,
awesome. Yeah.
When he goes into in Detroit Become Human, that scene is ripped directly from Seven, where Brad Pitt goes in to the first guy, the big fat guy who has the vomit.
Yeah, the spaghetti guy.
That opening fucking Detroit Become Human crime scene is exactly that fucking scene.
It's taken directly from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Maddie's amazing to work with. I love Maddie. He's one of my best friends now. He's so cool. And he does it with so much passion. It's really fun to see. It's so endearing.
Yeah.
What do you think about me? What do you think about working with me?
He already complimented you.
God damn it.
Yeah, Maddie's there's a reason for that fan base, man. He's really good at what he does. And he's so good at what he does that it's a stark reminder when you have to say to yourself, this dude's still so young. Like, he's really young.
He's so young, but he also has his heart at the right place. He has huge success, but he's still very humble and he's still very nice to everyone always.
Yeah, he's a good
honest.
guy.
Yeah,
he is.
Yeah,
not a bad apple in the bunch.
I've never met Manny in person, but I've actually seen him in person from afar at the Fallout 76 event, and I was already a big fan of him. So I was like, oh my god, that's Mr. Matty Plays. Oh. And he was with friends. I was like, that's his entourage. Look at him, he's so fucking famous. He's got a
the Vinny Chase of YouTube.
I can't even go to that crew. He's so fucking cool. Look at look at his entourage, And now we just shoot the shit, and I call him racist now. So.
Not everybody can get Gene starstruck. I mean, that's
yeah. I was starstruck.
That's saying something. Listen, that'll do it, everybody. Thank you so much out there for joining us today. We know you have options, albeit inferior options. So we appreciate the love, kindness, and or support. Patreon.com/laststandmedia if you'd like that good old early ad-free access. Or you can just wire me the money straight on. That's a new feature. I haven't really discussed it with anybody yet, but I promise to be fair and divide the proceeds equally.
Can I do one? Real quick? And if you get to missing your buddies here, just look up at the night sky and Constellation will be there for you. We'll be looking down.
Oh my God, Jaffe, I should have let you go last. Laststandmedia.store for merchandise. Buy some LSM stickers and slap them up someplace where we can all see them. Toll booths, street signs, trains, your neighbor's car. I'm encouraging vandalism. Fine, I'll stop. No, I'm not going to stop. Tell them Dagan sent you. For Jaffe, Locke, Gene, I've been your host, Dagan, Big D, Dagster, Muffin, Moriarty, saying thanks so much. And we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman, and is edited by associate producer, Ben Smith. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.
Halfway through, I could stop it, or we could keep going. We're at 2 hours, so it's up to you guys.
I mean, I'm going to go pee and get a Coke regardless.
All right, let me stop it.
But I don't need a break. It'll like 2 minutes.
No, 2 minutes is good. It's good for everybody. I'll get a little water. And then just keep rolling locally, and then I'll stop it here.
Yeah, but get Lockmort smoking. That's cool, though.
Yeah, Lockmort brand is that.
Like zoom in slowly, have Dustin zoom in slowly and go slow motion.
It's just it's Paul Mall. That's
Paul Mall. No kidding. Isn't that American? That's American. Yeah. I smoked in high school.